if you can help us by keeping your microphones muted and turn your video camera off, unless you're a speaker with us today. It helps us with our bandwidth. So we are so excited to be able to bring this program to you today. I'm Leslie Shepard, Director of Puppy Raising Services, at least for the next couple of months. It's been such a joy to lead this department and lead this program for the past almost 15 years. And I am so lucky to have such an amazing team to work with and for and on behalf of, and of course, all of you as puppy raisers. We simply cannot do the work that we do without you. It would be impossible. We could not have our dogs to change people's lives and make a difference in people's lives if we did not have incredible puppy raisers who are willing to really do the heavy lifting and taking those puppies from being little itty bitty babies to being college students or students ready for college and advanced training. So we are very grateful for the work that you do. And doing it not knowing whether what career path that dog might take. So we're very grateful. I want to say a special thank you to Dana Mudd for coordinating our conference today, and to our puppy raising advisors who have put together what we think is a really really good program of learning. And at some points they might be asking you to get up and do something along with us today. So we hope that you will have some active participation. If you have any questions, we are happy. You can either put them in the chat and we'll be monitoring the chat and we will feed those questions to our presenters. Or if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question, we welcome that as well. So we are really pleased that this is one of the things I think I love most about puppy raisers, and particularly our puppy raisers. I love that whenever we give you an opportunity for continued learning, you always seize it. And I really appreciate that you are lifelong learners, no matter how old you are. You're always interested in learning more about our programs or about puppy training, and that you take advantage of those opportunities. So thank you for being curious and wanting to know more and expand your repertoire. As the famous Ken Ramirez says, excellent training is just the basics done really, really well. So the more that you can expose yourself and practice, the better and better you'll be at it. So, but there's nothing magic. You don't have to have advanced, get a PhD in dog training. You just need to know the basics and do them really well. Kind of like our puppies. If we lay that foundation for them and they really have it and do it really, really well, the possibilities for their careers are open to them. So thank you. And talking about careers, I think most of you know that we place dogs as guides for the visually impaired, and we place service dogs with our veterans to mitigate the effects of post-traumatic stress, and also to provide some balance compensation and do some other tasks, skill based tasks that our veterans who have been through active duty may need, who have seen actually been in a war zone or combat. So you're pretty familiar and understand that those are working careers for our dogs. Some of you may be less familiar with two other options that are available as careers for our dogs. One of them is our skilled companion program. So if we have a dog who may not be suited for a working career as a service dog for a veteran or as a guide dog for a visually impaired individual, but they have wonderful qualities that make them suitable for being a companion to a child or a teen who has visual impairment, or an adult who has visual impairment who's not quite ready for a guide dog or wouldn't utilize a guide dog as their lifestyle perhaps isn't as active, so they're not looking for a guide dog that will guide them in their day-to-day life, or a companion for a military family, or a Gold Star family, or for a veteran who is also, again, not looking for a dog that they need in public, but they need that companionship at home. These are wonderful outlets for our dogs, and these are very special dogs who do make a difference in the lives of those folks that they are matched with. And you're going to hear from one of our skilled companion folks in just a moment. But another program that we also have as a career outlet are our public service dogs. Those are the dogs that work in with our fire departments as bomb and arson detection dogs. We also have some dogs that we place in careers with wildlife services, or careers in with the TSA, doing that kind of work. We don't train those dogs, but we work with agencies that do train those dogs. But we recognize that there might be some dogs in our programs, kind of those dogs that just are sort of really, they're all about their nose, and there's nothing that we can do that is more rewarding to them than sniffing. Those really high energy dogs, those are dogs that our instructors look at and determine that they might be a candidate for our public service outlets. And so they will pre-screen them, and then they are offered to the agencies that we work with. So we're also going to hear from one of our placements in a public service. But first, I would like to introduce you to Charlotte, who has skilled companion Sterling. Charlotte is, and Charlotte's mom is on this Zoom as well, but we're going to hear from Charlotte today. Charlotte has Sterling. Sterling was raised by Leslie Shahan and our Dallas group. Sterling was Leslie's 25th puppy out of our Dallas Puppy Club. Charlotte is in the 9th grade. She swims competitively, and she is active in drama and has an upcoming play she's rehearsing for. So, Charlotte, welcome to our Puppy Raiser Conference. And can you tell us about what brought you to Dogs Inc. and being placed with Sterling? What has that journey been like for you?
Thank you. So the reason I became legally blind is when I was 4 years old, I developed a brain tumor on the nerves, I guess, on my left eye. And so now I have no vision in my left eye except for light perception. And then when I was 5 years old, I still had full vision in my right eye, but it started to slowly decrease from the brain tumor called meningioma of childhood. It's extremely rare, and only a handful of people, like maybe 6 to 12 people, have it in the world. So I went through a lot of surgeries and things like that, a lot of procedures and tests. So I was misdiagnosed a few times. One of the doctors was so certain of what it was that he wanted to go ahead with the treatment, and like without doing any kinds of tests whatsoever. And another one of the doctors was like, "Are you crazy?" So I ended up getting matched with Sterling in 7th grade when I was 12 years old. It's been about a year and 6 months since I've got her, and I've had like as I was thinking about and talking here about this, I was like listing all the reasons in my head of how she helps me. And I don't think I ever realized just how much she's helped me. So um, she has, well, the first thing that she helped me with the first night was I used to, I don't know if it was because of the surgeries, and I would do anesthesia for that all the time. And then there's another time I kind of woke up in the middle of the night and like I was still half asleep and I started screaming in my sleep that something was wrong and completely freaked out the nurses. And we're still not really sure what that was, but um, I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. But I started having like trouble going to sleep. I started getting worried that I wouldn't wake up in the morning.
Mm,
Um, so the first night I had her, she slept on my bed with me, and I haven't had an issue with that since. Um,
wow.
Another thing that she helped me with is in sixth grade, had uh, I decided to go to a school for the blind in sixth grade and try that for a year, but it was in the Bronx, and I lived about 2 hours maybe away from that. So I had to live in the dorms there for the week and go home on the weekends. And I started getting these like really awful nightmares um, of that. And like it was so painful having to go back there each week. Um, and I was still like, even after I left and went back to my normal school the next year, it was still really hard. And I still had all these nightmares. So when Sterling got there, um, I started having them less and less, and I don't think I've actually had them in around a year, I think. So she helped me somewhere in like the first 6 months to get rid of those. And she helps me with different kinds of anxieties, like for school. When I was writing, because my ELA teacher gave me this narrative writing assignment. So I was working on the essay, and we had to come up with almost like we had to have the first draft almost finished by the next day. And I was kind of freaking out because the technology I was using for it wasn't working too good. Um, so I was kind of freaking out about it. And Sterling was laying on the bed next to me, and she just put her paw on my knee and looked at me. And then she rested her leg on my, I mean, her head on my leg when she knew I was okay again. So she has helped me so much. Um, and because Sterling is the 25th dog that her puppy raiser did, I can't imagine like how I can't imagine how like that is so important. That is like I have a lot of respect for someone who could do that 25 times, and it's just a really important job. And the people who can match with the dogs get a lot out of it, no matter what kind of career they go into. So
Yeah, it is. It's very rewarding, and to know that, to hear you talk about how you're not being able to sleep, but then you were able to sleep, and how Sterling helps you with the nightmares. That's just incredible as a raiser to know that she's doing that for you. What's a day? What's a typical day like for you guys?
she she will I'll get up in the morning for school, and she does not like me leaving at all. Um, so she'll get up, go to the other side of the bed because like half of her crate is blocking half the bed. So she like if she lays next to like in front of the crate but on the bed, she takes up like half the bed. So she likes to do that and block me from getting out of bed. So then I have to be like half asleep, and it's like in the winter, it's terrible because it's freezing, and I have to climb on to like over her onto a cold floor because she won't move. So that'll happen in the morning, and then I get home, and she like reflects kind of like, cause she the first like day I went to school after I had gotten her the day before, um like she heard like the bus before my mom, all the way down the road before my mom saw it, and she like ran to the door and started it. Actually, no, I think she was in a crate at that point, and she started barking to get out of her crate at that time. And she was like, as soon as she was let out, she ran to the door and started scratching at the door. Um, and then I got home a few weeks ago when I was cast in the play, and I was like, we're always very excited on days that, and the cast list comes out, and she like pounced on me. I don't think I've ever seen her so excited. She was like just running all around the house. It's so cute. And then at night, often like she'll come over to me and lay on my bed when because she definitely knows when it's dinner time, so she'll come over and lay on the bed and look over at me. um and then when she decides it's time to go to bed, she'll walk over and like get curled up in the corner on her pillow, and go to sleep there that way.
It sounds like she's really in tune to what your feelings are
Yeah,
and just
she definitely knows me, and she definitely knows. She's extremely smart. She hears like as soon as she hears me picking up the water bottle for me to feed her, and as she dashes straight in.
yeah. So as a companion dog, we know that they don't, she doesn't have the same like access rights as a working dog. So she's not necessarily going out and about with you. But I do see some photos that your mom sent in where it does look like you guys are out doing things that where you could take her. So she goes out with you to, even though she can't like go to school with you, but when you're out doing other things, she can go with you, right?
Yeah, she loves to go in the car, and like if we're going to pick up one of my friends, or uh just going out for a walk or anything, she loves to jump in the car with us. And she when I run lines, I go out. I have a track in the backyard. So I go out and walk on the track, and I get her leash and take her out and for a walk, and while I run lines. And it's very funny because I'll be like running my lines, and then she'll grunt or something, and I'm like, "Do you not like me talking?" um,
Everybody's a critic, right?
exactly. And then like I know the one place she does not like to go to is the vet. And the first day, she did not want to stand on the table, but I was able to get her to stand on the table for a few seconds, long enough for the vet to give her a shot, I think, or check her out. I don't remember or exactly what it was, but she now I've not like been able to get her into just like lay comfortably on the table for a long time. And then she also the vet will sit down, and she'll like Sterling will come over and clobber her and like tackle her to the ground. It's so cute.
Oh, wow. Well, can you think about what life was like before Sterling and then after Sterling and kind of make a comparison?
I think before Sterling, it was a lot harder to deal with certain things. Like my friends, it's nice because they have lived next to me. Like they're only a few houses down, and they've lived next to me for as long as I can remember. And they're with my sisters. But the thing that kind of gets hard is that because they've grown up with me losing my vision, they kind of started to not pay attention to when I do. Uh, they started to stop paying attention to the accessible part of it. So
Mhm.
they will like come. It's gotten better, I think, but they used to just come over and like play video games for hours on end, and they would kind of like ignore me because like if like I was asking them for a while to like describe what they were doing in the game, and like I would be fine just listening to that, but since I can't play them because they're not accessible, but um they're like so in tune to the game that they're not really paying attention. And then like a lot of the time they'll put on a movie that doesn't have audio description that I've never seen before. Um and I'll be asking them what's going on just to describe what's going on in the movie, and they'll kind of shoo me off. So then after like a while of doing that without any kind of success, I'll usually just go in my room and cry or something until
Yeah.
they're done with whatever they're doing. But now I can take out like an audiobook or something and just like sit on the couch and listen to that next to Sterling.
Yeah. So she's providing some companionship that you didn't have before. It's
Yeah.
kind of, yeah, you're really your best, like best friend. They say like man's best friend, this case, girl's best friend. Mhm. Is there anything that else that you'd like our puppy raisers to know about what how much Sterling means to you and what a difference she's made for you?
Um, she is just such a happy and sweet pup, and I've learned so much from her, and I think I've really learned that being excited and positive and learning about the world is um, a really good thing to learn, and trying something new because I think she was used to like hot weather, and it could get pretty cold where I live, and she gets extremely excited outside when it's like 10 degrees out. So she gets very happy when it's snow days. And she I had to go out there the first day we had snow when we got her. I had to go out there and show her that it was okay to walk on the snow. And then after that, she just like plowed straight through it, and then she was very happy to experience something new. So
Well, thank you so much for being talking about yourself and Sterling and what your life together is like. We really appreciate it. Good luck with your play. What's the play? I didn't ask. What's the name
um,
of the?
Puff's 7 Years of Magic. It's
Oh,
next Friday and Saturday, so we're
oh,
in
you're in dress
rehearsal
rehearsal.
mode.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Tech and dress, right?
thank you for having me speak today.
Oh, thank you so much. And break a leg. Not literally. That's what they say in the theater. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. And thanks to your mom as well. You guys have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Oh, again, thanks to Jen and Charlotte and Sterling for being with us this morning. Or I'm saying morning, but it's morning somewhere for you guys, afternoon here in Florida. Our next guest is Captain Craig Matthews with Canine Sewell. Sewell was raised in our North Orlando group by oh gosh, I'm Sylvie Keller. I had a brain moment there. Sylvie Keller, and Captain Matthews. I think you're on, and you can unmute if you haven't already. And you are with the Howard County, Maryland Fire and Rescue Department. And Sewell was trained as part of the State Farm Arson Detection Canine Program, I believe. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, there you are.
Can you
Hi,
hear me?
welcome. I can't hear you. Welcome.
Okay.
We would love for you to talk a little bit about the type of training and certification or recertification that you and Sewell received. What was training like? What kind of is a day? What does your a life in the day look like for you guys? So I'll turn the mic over to you and let you educate us on what a public service dog's life is like.
Okay, so as you mentioned, my name is Craig Matthews. I'm a captain with Howard County Fire and Rescue in Maryland. And my duties include I'm currently assigned to the Office of the Fire Marshal, and I supervise the Fire Investigation Division. So our responsibility is to determine the cause and the origin of all fires in Howard County. As well as being a canine handler, I respond to incidents all over the state of Maryland. So anybody that is in need of an arson canine, we are requested to go anywhere within the state to assist them with determining the cause and origin of these fires. 2007, we started with our first canine, arson canine. And since then, Canine Sowell is actually our fourth canine that we've had since 2007 working for the Department of Fire and Rescue. So when we first get to the academy, we are matched up with our canine partners. We have to fill out like a questionnaire, and then the trainers then match us up with our partners. I don't know how they do it, but it seems like they are right on the money with matching up our partners. So they ask us a ton of different questions about our lifestyles, whether we're active, whether we're not as active, whether we have a big yard, whether we have a small yard. That's kind of how they match up our partners with us. We spend 200 plus hours, so it's about 4 weeks in the Arson Canine Academy, where we're learning to hold the leash differently. We're learning to recognize the change in behaviors of our dog. We're learning that our dogs are food reward and how to reward them with food. Then after that, we graduate the academy after those 4 weeks, and then we move on back to our careers, and we start working fire investigations with our canine partners. Our canine partners are used to assist fire investigators with finding evidence. And that evidence is usually ignitable liquids because that's what the dogs are trained to detect. So we can't just take a dog's word that it's there. So the dogs are essentially a tool to us because it potentially could take us hours or even days, depending on the size of the fire, to try and guess to collect a sample to send off to a laboratory for analysis. But with our canine partners, we're able to do it usually within minutes of scanning a room after it's been on fire to determine whether or not an ignitable liquid is present or not, collect samples of where the dog is alerting at, and then send it off to a laboratory for confirmation analysis. And then the laboratory will then tell us whether it's gasoline, it's a light, a medium, or a heavy petroleum distillate. And then at that point in time, we then typically can use that information to charge criminals with setting these fires. And then we'll go into court and we will have to testify in court as to what my canine partner did, how he's trained. So the last time we were in court, I spent about 4 hours on the stand testifying to who my dog is, what he's capable of, what training, what daily training we do, and just touching on the daily training. So going back to our canines are food reward. So they're unlike the typical police canine where we can throw a ball or a Kong to reward the dog after they find what they've been trained to find. At fire scenes, it's just too dangerous. There's broken glass, there's holes that are burned in the floor. So we always work our dogs on leash, and we always walk the fire scenes prior to even deploying our dogs into these fire scenes to make sure that we can identify any hazards that are present to keep them safe. So, and then going on to as far as a day in the life of Canine Sowell, for the most part, we train anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 times a day. We always start our day with training. We always end our day with training. And then we typically throw in a couple of reps throughout the day of training. So with the food reward program, we're constantly trying to keep their brains and their digestive system out of sync. So we never feed our canine partners the same amount or the same time every day. We always pick a new training location. We always train different times of the day, and we always reward them with different amounts of food. So that way we keep them wanting to have that drive to continue to work. Because just in the last 24 hours, we worked 6 fire scenes, and we want the dogs to continuously want that drive to keep on working. Even on the 6-1 early this morning, K9 Sowell jumps out of the truck and he's off and he's ready to start working. So when we're not working, he's just like a family pet. So he is hanging out in the office, getting his belly rubbed by other investigators, hanging out, wanting to play ball. When he's at home, he's playing with my kids. He's sitting up on the couch with the kids or with me or my wife. So when he is not working, he is just like a typical family pet. And we're required to work these dogs for a minimum of 5 years. And we can work them typically up until about the age of 10, as long as they're healthy to do so. So Sowell will be 8 in January, and he's still acting like he's a 2-year-old pup. So hopefully we still have many more years to go with Sowell. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. That's wonderful. I was going to ask the question about how long is their career, and so thank you for answering that. We do have a couple of questions, I think, or at least one in the chat. Do they eat out of a bowl, or is it all done via the training scenarios?
Yep. So they never eat out of a bowl. They always, since I've got K9 Sowell as my partner, he has only ate out of my hand. So it doesn't matter if it's Christmas Day, if it is vacationing at the beach. Sowell goes everywhere with me, and with his training, he only eats out of my hand. So when we're working these fire scenes and when we're doing these training exercises, I have a food pouch that I wear, almost like a fanny pack, and I reward him with a small handful of food out of my food pouch.
Okay. Is Sowell with you now? Sylvie, his puppy raiser, is asking. She said, can she see him?
Yep. So I don't. My camera's on, but I don't see myself. So I don't know if you're able to see me, but my video is on.
Mm-hmm. We see your face.
You see my face? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So can you see
oh,
him?
there. Yes, there he is,
Okay.
Sylvie.
Yeah. So we're actually at my son's baseball game today. So again, like I said, Sowell goes everywhere with me. Even my son's baseball games, vacations, he goes with us. He's with us everywhere. So he's like another child of the family.
Oh, that's great.
So.
Oh, wow. Sylvie says thank you. She
You're,
really appreciates being
you're
able
welcome.
to see him. What kind of what impact has Sowell had on the community?
So we typically run or respond to about 60 to 80 fires per year in Maryland. So, and I would say that probably 40 to 50% of those fires are actually classified as an incendiary, meaning an arson fire. So in many cases, he is helping, fight the crime of arson. We also use him in schools, other public events, and we utilize Sowell to hopefully let everybody know the tool that we have available to us in an effort to deter the crime of arson. And that is one of the biggest things that we try to do, and try and get out to the community and let the community know that we have this specialized tool, and let them know that if they commit arson in this area, that Sowell knows, and he's going to find it. We have worked several high profile cases here in this Maryland area. Just recently, over the last couple of months, you may have seen it. There was a gentleman in Baltimore City that had committed a home invasion, had tied up a boyfriend, had sexually molested the girlfriend, and then he ultimately slit her throat and tried to kill her. She was able, and then set the house on fire. She was able to escape that, and then 2 nights later, he then did something similar to another female on the rooftop of her apartment building, and actually did kill that female. That made national news. So well worked, both of those scenes, and helped the investigators collect a lot of evidence for those scenes. Um, any firefighter line of duty death in the state of Maryland, SOL has been on for the most part uh, since we've been partners back in 2019. So we have worked, unfortunately, multiple line of duty deaths, making sure that they weren't arson. We're actually getting ready to go to court here in the next couple of months, of where 3 firefighters died in Baltimore City as a result of arson. And so I'll work that one. So hopefully we get good resolution after that trial. But that's kind of how he's impacted the community and what he has done for not only Howard County but the surrounding jurisdictions in the state of Maryland.
Wow, it's incredible. Wow. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Um, I don't think so. I think that's the bulk of it, unless certainly unless somebody has specific questions. But that's a little bit about SOL and a day in the life of SOL. And as you can see, I mean, he's always kind of hanging out and waiting for his next either training exercise or his next real scene. And that's one of the reasons why we train so much as well. When we do the training 3 to 6 times a day, is a lot of people ask the question, well, if the dog's food reward, aren't they just going to false alert you on these fire scenes to just try and get it fed? And that's why we train these dogs so many times a day, so that way when it comes down to the real scene, they don't know whether or not we know where it is or not. And we're always trying to trick them, as I'm sure he has tried to trick me in the past, but we're always trying to trick them, so that way they're not getting over on us, and that way they're doing their job.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the work that you do, and thank you to SOL, because it sounds like literally saved lives, and also provides a deterrent for anyone that might want to do something that would hurt others. So we really appreciate it. And thank you so much for sharing your story with us. We know that that's an important career that these dogs have. So it's great for our raisers to learn a little bit more about the training and their day to day. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, thank you to all the puppy raisers, because it certainly means a lot to us canine handlers, because you are setting the foundation of these dogs for us and for other different, service disciplines. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you. Okay. I will let you go so you can get back to the baseball game.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Next up, and I just want to address, I know we're having some technical issues. We did upgrade our subscription, so we should have been able to have up to 500 participants on today. We've run into an issue where for some reason, it's limiting us. So we are working on that. So please bear with us. It is being recorded. So if anyone signed up and missed it, we will have the recording available for you guys, so you won't have missed everything. Next up on our agenda, I would like to turn the microphone over to Senior Advisor Deb Donnelly to talk to us about virtual puppy classes.
Hi, everybody. Going to share my screen here. Hopefully, I hate the way Zoom does this. Makes it hard for me to see what we're doing, but here we go. We are going to talk a little bit about virtual puppy raising. So if you don't know who I am the senior advisor for the Remote East puppy raising group. And we just added a second remote group this summer. So we actually have a Remote West one as well that Sandy Ellsworth is the advisor for. And I have about 45 puppies and raisers in my group. And for those of you who have physical groups, you probably wondered, how in the world do you raise a puppy without meeting in person? So we thought we'd talk a little bit about this today. So my first slide here, this is one of my puppies, Norm. This is pretty typical. My raisers log in. A lot of times I'm on a little early in case there's any technical issues. And this is Norm on his mat waiting for class to start. And this is pretty common because he knows Treat Your Puppy is coming up in our relaxation protocol. So what do you need to do a virtual class? So some of you are also going to have virtual classes starting in your physical groups. And I think the setup is the hardest part. Are you going to use your personal computer? Are you going to use an iPad? Note to any iPad users, there's a default setting called Center Stage on that, which focuses the camera on a person. So if you try to do that with a puppy, it will not show the puppy. So you have to uncheck that default. You could use a smartphone. This is probably a smartphone here, so you have a little bit less range of view. But a couple of things you want to think about. So in this particular situation, there is a window behind the puppy raiser, which kind of blacks out everything in the middle. It may be the best that you can do. At least this is a yellow dog, so I can see them. And this one, sometimes like the participant is a little bit of a distance away. So those are things to think about. And sometimes it takes a little bit of practice to get your screen to look the way it needs to. One of the things that we do is we always want our raisers to identify themselves and the puppy. Occasionally a puppy might be with a sitter. So we would want to know that too. But if you look on your screen, usually in the right-hand corner of your screen, there's 3 dots and you can click on that and you can rename the screen to include your and the puppy's name. So this is Elizabeth in blue. So that makes it really easy for me when I'm teaching to know who they are. So why do we do this in the Remote East group? Because sometimes my screen looks like this. And this actually was a very well-attended class, and I actually had multiple screens. So you can see people have their name and their puppy name, so that I can know what I'm watching and give instructions if I need to. So how does a virtual puppy class work? I send out agendas, typically on Fridays, and it lets the raiser know what will be happening in class, what items they're going to need, and helps them get ready for the class, which our classes happen on Monday evenings and Tuesdays at noon. Our sessions are pretty short. So we do 30-minute puppy classes. We start on time. We try to end on time. And I feel like the short comprehensive sessions allow for structured practice. So everybody knows what's going to happen. They've had an agenda. We get in a rhythm. It goes really fast. And then we have nice tired puppies at the end of things. Like Norm was showing us on the first slide, the puppy knows it's training time. The big joke with my raisers is, the Treat Your Puppy that I give when we start with a relaxation protocol, all my puppies know my voice and are looking around for me, and that says it's time for training. My puppy raisers have a lot of options to meet their monthly attendance requirements. Like I said, we hold 3 classes a week. 2 of them are age specific, and then 1 of them is all ages. So having that weekly rhythm gives people a lot of different options for attendance. This is a big thing. I know Leslie talked about Ken Ramirez as, advanced training is the basics done really well. And learning the basics needs to occur in an optimal low distraction environment. So yes, my razors are working in their home. It's a familiar environment, but it also lends itself to learning for both the puppy and the razor. And then all of these meetings are recorded, which are sent to the razors every week. And I have razors who review them, and I have razors who use them to practice with. So they don't have to set up a training session. They just go through what that session was last week or a month ago. So, and a lot of times people will say, well, my puppy needs to work on dog distraction. And I know that sometimes it's a little blurry because I pulled it off of a Zoom recording. But the first step is for you to learn the skills so you know what to do when you go out in public. And in this little film here, the puppy raiser was trying to get her puppy's attention. And on the other side of the door, her husband was feeding the other dogs. And Dash was like, we're forgetting me. So she had to work a little bit to get his attention. So, okay, so how do we do puppy kindergarten? We do puppy kindergarten week by week, just like anyone else. So this would be a sample agenda. I believe that this is week 3, but we always start with a relaxation protocol. Sometimes the handler is standing, sometimes they're sitting. This gets us in a training rhythm and lets the puppy know that reinforcement is available for them. We always play a game called I Spy. I Spy is a body handling game, and it also helps the razor work on correct reward delivery. And I often ask my razors to wear something different. I think that our puppies need to be acclimated to all different weird things when their body's being handled. So they may wear sunglasses, or they may do it with their eyes closed, or they may wear a hat. Or I may say, we're going to do this with a wipe, or we're going to use it with nail trimmers or a file, so that the puppy gets used to different things touching their body. And again, this also helps with the training rhythm. It also helps my puppy raisers to be using the marker word correctly by not having food in their hand when they use the word yes. The vet restraint hold we would go to. You can see we would work on paw pad, puppy push-ups, the hand tether practice with one distraction item. Distractions like this can be a little tricky, but here's what I want to, here's my goal. I want my puppy raisers to become dog trainers. And in order to do that, they have to learn what works and what doesn't. So I'm going to direct them to put their distraction item out to make an optimal training session for their puppy. And they need to learn, is it too close? Is it too far away? What do I need to do to set my puppy up for success? Color cues are pretty easy to teach virtually. The infinity color can be a little tricky because it's a little tricky to put on, but we always figure it out, and we always end our classes with settling with a handler sitting in a chair. This is a puppy class for puppies 6 months and older. So in this particular one, I tried to change the theme of the class every week, and we did a distraction blitz. So I was very specific of what kind of distractions I wanted my puppy raisers to have available, such as food or food smells, something that moves like a ball or something on a string or a mechanical toy, and something like a stuffed animal, a tissue, or a sock. I want my distractions to be things that the razor does not want the puppy to have. So sometimes it's really easy to pick up a dog toy and throw it out there, but I want my puppy to play with the toys. So I don't want to do training that says, no, I really don't want you to interact with this item. We always do best of practice, so your basic skills training assessment. So in the puppies 6 months and older, we're always going to do 3 of the skills that are included in your BESTA, which is what you take as an assessment after your puppy is a year old. And one of the things we always do is the stand for 20 seconds, because that seems to be kind of a difficult one to build. But by this way, my puppy raisers aren't nervous when they go to take their BESTA, because they've practiced it dozens of times before they ever get to that point. And sometimes we do a game. So you'll see I'll have a video here. The Get a Grip game involves 2 bowls, a spoon, and food transfer. And then when we do settling, a lot of times they'll have a theme. So this particular one was to talk about emergency plans, whether it was an emergency for the puppy or an emergency for the raiser. And then on Tuesdays at noon, I have a midday class. This is puppy class all ages. It's similar to what we do with the older puppies on Monday night, and we have the puppy kindergarten puppies log in 20 minutes early so we can go over things that are specific to puppy kindergarten. Some of my raisers say their puppy works better in the middle of the day than in the evening, and they find the trainings easier. So this is an actual class that we recently had with the distraction blitz. All right, well, let's have your puppy get up. Let's go and take 1 or 2 steps forward, whatever you can do in your area, and halt in a down. So you're going to move your puppy and then ask them to down. These are different age puppies, so you'll see raisers do things that are, the older puppies are a little more accomplished. Stay and take 2 steps forward and turn and face your puppy. One thing we can do is drop the leash in the living room, which you can't do in person. Okay, call your puppy to you. Little Norm down there in the right-hand corner. This raiser is doing a good job. Good job. Good job. Go to the other with the So this is the get a grip game. Puppy watches. My puppy raisers love this game and I love watching it. So there's food in a bowl and they're going to be transferring the food by spoon from one bowl to another. And I love watching the puppies when we do this. And go ahead and start your transfer anytime you want, Joanne. And they need to put on their dog training hat and set the puppy up for success. So you see Ace, the black lab, in the left-hand corner. This is a little bit hard for him. Good job. And once you've done several transfers, you can move your setup. So if your puppy's doing well, you can move the bowls closer or farther apart. Another thing you can do, I attribute this to my husband, but he likes to bring the spoon up close to his mouth and act like it's really yummy, which can be distracting for some dogs. I will say, having been on the disabled list here for a little while, I'm eating my meals less likely at a table than maybe in a recliner or something, and having this kind of practice is good because for your puppy, it's just a whole different ball game. All right. So why do we think virtual puppy raising works? I think practice makes perfect. Our raisers have about 150 opportunities to attend virtual class in a year. Most of my raisers do attend more than the minimum of 2 per month. We have really good attendance at the classes, and I do think that that helps our puppies be successful. Again, the things learned in a low distraction environment help raisers know what to do when things get more distracting. So if you know your puppy can do it at home, it's much easier to figure out how to get them to do it out into what my great club leader, John Sperling, says, out in the wild. And I think then the biggest thing is the puppies and raisers learn to love training. So if you talk to an instructor and ask them what's the best dog for the job, the answer very often is the one that wants to learn. So if you think of that first slide with puppy Norm laying there waiting for class to start, that's what we're able to develop with our virtual classes. And then the classes are taught by me, the advisor. John Sperling, my great club leader, supports me all the way and helps. He's my eyes there too, because you can see sometimes we do have a lot of people on. We have about 45 people in the Remote East group, which is why we need 3 classes a week, because I wouldn't want to teach 45 raisers at once. So here's my puppy Archie when he was a baby. He's going to be a year old on Monday. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
I think we do have some questions in the chat, and I'm also going to tell you that I've resolved the issue with the participants. So if you know anybody who's trying to log on, they should be able to now. Sylvie would like to know, how do you get a puppy sitter if you're in a remote or virtual group?
Well, if you have a great club leader like John Sperling, who knows people everywhere, um, that is one way that we get it. We do allow friends or family members to sit for the puppies. You'd be surprised, there are lots of ex-puppy raisers around the country. And very occasionally, this is pretty rare, our puppies might spend some time in a kennel situation, which again, if you have the right kennel, would be good for them. But most of the time, we are able to find sitters.
Okay. There was also a question in the chat that was answered by Sandy and Maria, but it was, what if you have a problem doing your skill and aren't able to watch the next training exercise? So,
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of versatility for virtual. So I could actually, so it's recorded. So for me, if I have a raiser who says, did you see at such and such point there was a thunderstorm and my puppy kind of shut down, and what should I do? I can go back to that recording, pull out just that little square, make a little video of it, and then say, this is what I would suggest, and send that to the puppy raiser. They can always meet one-on-one with me. We can do one-on-one virtual meetings. But I always say, you need to train the puppy that you have in front of you. And if your puppy needs a break or you need to step away, and occasionally we do have dogs that do that. We've got one in training right now who's ready to be matched. And that particular dog for a while could only do like half a class. So that's what we did. You know, the raiser would come on about halfway through. He wanted all the action items. He didn't like and we were able to work him into doing the regular class. So I think we have more options for that than maybe you do in person, just because in person same thing can happen. Anything else?
Anything else? Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you, Deb. Next, if you have been reading the Puppy Raiser newsletter, or you're a club leader and you've read your club leader updates, you know that we have an exciting new concept that we are adding to our curriculum for next year. It's called the Discovery Zone, and Sandy Aylesworth is also our senior advisor and brought this concept to us from another school, and she is going to talk about what the Discovery Zone is. So Sandy, I'll let you take it away.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to present. Hold on a second. I'm going to share my screen with you all. Where did it go? Hold on a moment. I'm having a problem, but I will fix it. Well, that's not working. Gosh darn it. There it is. All right, let's start on the first slideshow. There we are. Okay. I'm going to move you folks over to the side so I can continue reading. So I'm sure some of you are excited to know what the Discovery Zone is. I know there's been a lot of discussion. So we're going to talk about what it is. I'm going to show you some pictures and a little bit of video. The Discovery Zone is something that I've used with several puppies now. I found it to be a very exciting thing and a very helpful thing for our puppies. So the Discovery Zone, what is it? It's something the puppies can explore in, make choices on their own, observe, sleep, play, and a variety of other things at their own making. What is the Discovery Zone? It's a secure and freestanding play yard that helps a puppy make a smoother adjustment from the kennel environment into your home environment. When they're in the kennel environment, they have, freedom to move around, to get up and to sleep, to relieve, whatever they need to do. We bring them home, and when we put them in a kennel, we take away a lot of choices and they do things on our schedule. So this environment allows the puppies to make free choice. So this is an example of one configuration of this. You can see the play yard is attached by either carabiners or zip ties to the crate. The crate door initially is zip tied open. There's bedding in the kennel. If you have a puppy that doesn't want to chew it, the puppy can have that bedding either in the kennel or in the yard itself. If you're keeping it in the kennel, it also kind of encourages the puppies to lay in there because it's soft and secure. You can put a variety of toys in with the puppies. I tend to like to have a lot of toys, so the puppies has a lot of opportunity to find different things to play and entertain themselves with. We're going to talk about some of the other items that are in there right now as we move forward. So again, what is it continued? It is primarily used for puppies that are 5 months of age and younger. Older puppies may have the opportunity to use it as well for specific things with leader and advisor permission. The zone is an enclosed area that is made specifically for the puppies where they are 100% safe. So the puppies in this area, this zone is made with steel vertical bars. It prevents the puppies from being able to get footholds to climb out. It is also stationary, so it does not tip over. So unlike the X-Pin that a lot of us have used for years, this is not something that is going to fall over if the puppy jumps up on the sides. This is a place where they have the space to play, to move around, and explore confidently without us managing, telling no, or controlling and controlling what they're doing. So this is a totally at the puppy's decision making to do these things. Kind of what it provides the puppy with independence and confidence. So they're confidently and independently choosing to make decisions. So they're choosing when they want to sleep, they're choosing when they want to play, they're choosing when they want to take a drink. It prevents over-reliance on us for permission to do things. It also provides unlimited playtime. When we have a puppy in a kennel, we decide when they get to play because that's when we have the time to do it. When they're in this play yard, they have the opportunity to decide to sleep. They also have the opportunity to decide when they want to get up and go play, or when they want to, whether they want to lay inside of the the Discovery Zone, or whether they want to lay outside and lay on the tile. You'll see some pictures as we move forward in the puppies doing different things. It prevents destructive and unsafe behavior too. I don't know if you've ever watched a puppy play with a toy, and as they slide around the floor with it, sometimes they can come close to wiring that could be dangerous if they actually accidentally get that in their mouth. It also allows independent access to their environment. Again, they make decisions on where they want to go in and out of the crate as opposed to the Discovery Zone. This prevents frustration that can build up with undesirable behaviors because they are doing things on our time zone and our time schedule and not their own. This is a picture of a young puppy being fed, which is an ideal thing to do, is feed your puppy in your Discovery Zone because it is making a positive association with the area. You can see the actual toy box all over the floor in that area. It's theirs. That's what they can choose to play with. They can choose to go, again, the puppy that you notice behind him is his crate, and he has bedding in there, and there's a couple toys in there as well. They'll take the toys in and out of those things. I personally have 2 baskets full of toys that I switch out every week or so that they have a variety of things to do in that play yard. During the day, the puppy will be relieved as normal on a leash with the razor. So we will still be taking the puppy out to busy outside on the leash, so they're learning how to relieve on command. So that will be their daily thing. You will still, monitor their time and the time in between their relieving sessions, and you'll be taking them out. It is safe to leave the puppy on occasion in this area for up to 4 hours. It's not what we recommend for long terms, but if you have someplace you need to go that's going to be longer than that 2-hour opportunity, you can leave that puppy in there because, again, it is a secure environment that they cannot tip over, and they are safe to be left in. If you need to go to get a shower, you can certainly leave them in that. You can put the relieving tray in during the day if you need to have that extra time away, and we're going to talk about the relieving tray as we move forward, and or the puppy has an unexpected gastro upset, you can use that in there. So if you have a puppy that has diarrhea, we know how fast that can happen, and their need to go is very quick. So if you're going through a period of time with a puppy with that issue, you can definitely put that relieving tray in, so that they have that ability to go use the tray instead of having an accident in their crate or anyways. And it also allows them to get away from it. And you aren't bathing a puppy quite as frequently as you would be if they were trapped in the crate with it. Puppy toys, again, should be very and plentiful to entertain your puppy. The puppy has free access to water. And I'm going to show you, I think I'm blocking. We have two different options so that they have water literally in there with them. The one up in the upper corner, the flat one, is a non-tip travel water bowl that can be zip tied to the crate and to the discovery zone so that it cannot be moved around and tipped over. We know that puppies would find that to be an additional toy if we didn't secure it. But because it is a water trough and only allows a certain amount of water to come up, the puppies aren't playing in it as much as they would a regular bowl. The other is a pet waterer, which is secured to the side of the most likely it fits and works best on the side of the crate, and it's basically a licky spout so that the puppies can lick. So you have those options to have water for the puppies available, knowing that if the puppy is in there and drinking like they normally do, they're going to need to be let out and taken outside. Bedding again is allowed in the crate and or in the zone as long as the puppies are not chewing on it. If your puppy is a chewer and wants to do that, we don't say you have to get rid of it for good. I just normally will take the bedding out, and when they've grown up a little bit and they're not quite as much in that oral stage, I bring it back in and reintroduce it. And if they're able to do it at that point, we keep it. They can go ahead and use that. If they're not, I take it out for good and take it away from them. This is a little video of my current puppy, Sealy, when he was little. And my German Shepherd, Cruz. Cruz is a very neutral shepherd. He doesn't mind that Sealy likes to share space with him very closely. But this is him choosing to lay next to the space. And again, this is a different configuration in my home because it fits. I also don't know if you can tell, but on the back side, you see some cardboard. That is right up against some curtains that I found a couple times pulled into the space. So I blocked it with some cardboard so that Sealy wasn't able to bring in that into my home. So I'm just going to show you a little bit of them interacting. Sealy is chewing on a tooth that he just lost in this video, and he swallows it. Again, my Shepherd Cruz has the opportunity to move away from it when he gets too obnoxious. But he also chooses a lot of times to lay close, would choose when he was young to lay close to it, so he could touch unless it bothered him. This is also very comforting to the puppy at the beginning. Cruz decided that was just too much touching, so he moves away. And again, he has that opportunity. The puppy can lay close if he, oh, sorry, I'm going to move forward. We're talking about the relieving tray. And so the relieving tray is mostly going to be used at night. The tray is designed to be used with urine pads in them. That is a removable cover. If you look at the tray, the cover comes off, you put the pad inside, and the tray goes back on. We put the tray in at bedtime for the puppies to use late at night. So if you have a puppy, especially one of the younger ones that still is needing that outside opportunity, the urine tray can be, or excuse me, the relieving tray can be put in, and the puppy can get themselves out of their sleeping area, go to the tray, relieve, and go back in, lay in a nice dry area without problems. They pick that up very quickly. We also can talk about ways how we can make it more palatable for them. And to get them acclimated to it is pretty easy. Again, the tray is very easy to clean. What I would do with mine was just take it out and hose it off in the morning if it was used, and leave it in the sunlight to dry. I would just air dry it and then bring it back in. This also prevents if your puppy is trapped, and we've all had that puppy where we had to change them from crates if they have diarrhea in the middle of the night, and then you're washing a puppy. This prevents that because they can move away from any bodily function they have. They can just get away from it. Again, the tray can also be used during the day if the puppy were to have an ongoing gastro upset or something. You could use it for that, but it is primarily to be used at night in the discovery zone. Again, this gives them a big ability to choose. You'll notice this puppy has the ability to go into the crate, which is the airline, and that is zip tied open. But the tile is cool. It was probably during the summer, and the puppy wanted to lay on the cool tile. Again, plenty of toys. The puppy is making that choice. It's a choice. It's not us putting in the crate going, it's nap time. One of the things I want to just say with the airline kennel is that you can use either one. I find the wire kennel works better because the configuration of the airline has a little bit of a extension on the outside, and it doesn't make the zone fit quite as tightly to that. But that's just the only difference in them. But you can use either. Again, this is a puppy that chose to sleep inside. Notice the bedding gone. So that puppy had the opportunity to make the choice. This is one that's secured with carabiners as well. And you'll notice all of these zones are set up to fit the area that they're in. These are 8-panel zones. You can take, mine did not fit 8 panels, would have blocked a door. So I took 2 panels off of mine and I had a 6-panel, still giving Celia enough room and the other puppies to move around. But they also have, you can see right here at the bottom of that picture, that is a gate. So they have a gate that opens, they're flush to the floor, so you can take the puppy out through the gate area. They're very easily opened and closed and secure. Wrapping it up, the Discovery Zone is not a required piece of equipment. It is totally voluntary. There will be a limited number of Discovery Zones that are available through club leaders. That will be more information coming out to the club leaders. Remote raisers will need to purchase their own if you choose to use it. Again, this is totally voluntary. The purpose of the Discovery Zone, again, is to make the transition from the kennel environment into your home and crate more palatable for the puppies. It's just a tool to use that we found success. One of the things I do want to note also that I found, this was not something we anticipated finding, but it tends to be a very large green flag for using it. The puppies that I've used 4 puppies, used the zone for 4 different puppies. One of the big things that I found, that I've had a lot of raisers that have exclaimed that have used it as well, say that the puppies coming out of that zone where they know all of their toys tend to have better house behavior overall. They know what's theirs because it's always there for them. When they come out, I've had puppies, when I start giving them that freedom to be in the living room and I'm watching, they will literally go back into the Discovery Zone and bring all of their toys out. They do not scavenge around the room. They're not trying to chew on furniture. They know what is theirs because they've had that opportunity to have it there all the time. So that is just an added bonus. And to me, it's a huge one. Working with puppies and teaching them house behavior is their desire to understand what is theirs and what is not theirs. So I'm going to open it now for some questions. I'm expecting we will have some.
Yes, we've got some in the chat.
Okay.
Someone was asking about, was the school providing all of the equipment? We are providing, thanks to the generosity of a fellow puppy raiser club leader, we're going to be able to provide equipment to Discovery Zone equipment to club leaders. But again, because this is not something we're requiring, we are not providing this for every individual raiser. And as Sandy noted, the remote raisers, if they want to use it, will have to purchase it themselves. But Maria noted she got hers set up on Amazon and it wasn't terrible. So that's good to know. Sharon has some questions. Sharon Brown says, does a raiser need to sleep in the same room at night with a puppy in the Discovery Zone?
Great question. And that's a no. So the puppies, you do not need, so I have an upstairs and a downstairs. When I started having the puppy sleep with me was when he started to become calm and relaxed and accepting of the kennel, of the crate. So I would take him once he was house trained through the night, because again, he had his relieving tray. When he was successful at that, and was good with me starting to shut the door and being okay in just that crate area. That's when I started bringing him upstairs. But at the beginning, he slept downstairs, and stayed in that zone. Another thing that I've noticed, that has been a really big boon is not as much demand barking. They tend to be a lot more acclimated in a larger space and availability to move around. But that's a great question.
She's got two more great questions.
Okay.
How much supervision does puppy need in the discovery zone? And what would a daily schedule look like for a raiser and puppy using a discovery zone? So that's actually two-part question.
Yeah, it's great questions. I mean, those are really, really good questions for that. One, the supervision is nix. There's basically none. The only thing I would recommend, like I noticed with Sealy, was where the curtains were in relationship to the zone, and that I remedied that very quickly by putting a block. So that was something I wouldn't immediately put a puppy in and walk away. Just like, supervising a little puppy as well. But while they're in that area, it is so secure that you can go take a shower. You can do your housework. You can do, if you're working, you can put the puppy in there and know they're secure in there. Again, I'm not going to put it next to wiring or different things. So those are the obvious things we do with a crate anyways. So they can be left there while you move around and do your life a little more readily than you can with a crate. I know they are secure in a crate, and we can leave them in the crate as well, but they are in a more confined things, and I found they do a little more fussy initially in that crate than they are in the discovery zone. What was the second part of that question? I'm sorry.
What would a daily schedule look like for a raiser and puppy using a discovery zone?
The discovery zone, they can be in there all the time. That is just their area. The only thing in the day that would be different is when you're taking them out on leash to relieve. So whatever schedule you set up for your puppy, and usually when they're babies, we're taking them out, every hour to hour and a half, depending on the dog. I'm taking them out that much to relieve, and then we come back in, and I may do some puppy handling. I may do a few moments of training, and then they go back in and play. Again, they're babies, so a lot of the time when they're little, they're sleeping. But again, it's on their choice. It's not me going, okay, it's time for you to go in that crate and I'm going to shut you in and it's time for you to take a nap. And they're like, well, I'm wide awake. So the most of that schedule during the day is you taking the puppy out and doing whatever interaction you want to do with them, and then taking them out to relieve.
And her third question is, do the attractant scented pee pads help puppies to know where to busy?
I think it does. I think it helps a lot. I have also found I had one that was not as willing to use it initially. And what I did is I actually saturated a couple of paper towels with his own urine, and I put them on the pad under the top of the tray, and that did the trick. He was very much more interested in smelling where he had gone. So he did that. He also would, and I'm just going to be totally transparent with you, he would also choose to relieve on the floor. So what I did at night is I just made my zone smaller so that all he could do was step out of his crate, step onto the pee pad, and go back in. So he didn't have the opportunity to choose to relieve outside of that tray, and that made a big difference for him as well. So there's little adjustments we can make per puppy, because just like us, they're all different. They all have little idiosyncrasies, and that his was, if I don't have to pee on that, I will pee on the floor. So we just adjusted it so that's all he had the opportunity to do. He didn't want to wet where he slept, so he would step out and go and use it then. So that was a very good choice for him.
And I think you answered, a couple of people were saying, how do you train them to use a pad or the relieving tray? I think you just answered that.
Yeah, that's very easy with their own urine too.
Yeah. And Kelly notes puppy Montessori, love it. And actually, yes, you hit the nail on the head there, Kelly.
That is exactly what it is. It's puppy Montessori.
That is exactly what it is. Is there an age limit where you have to stop using the Discovery Zone?
So the Discovery Zone at this time is for puppies 5 months of age and younger. So during that time, and this kind of goes back to that first question, was is your day looking like? As my puppy ages, and when they get out of that, baby stage, I'm going to start working on a little bit of tie down time after I've relieved my puppy. I'm going to start working on a little bit of the behaviors we're expecting once they come out. So I am going to make sure that they have those other opportunities to learn. We're doing training. I'm one of the remote leaders with Deb. And so my puppy will be doing remote training and that type of thing. So there's just a variety of things that I'm working the puppy up to that 5 months of age when they're ready to become an older puppy and move forward in training.
Um, how, how do you find, or I'm sorry, do you find that you have trouble achieving the kennel in queue after 5 months of using this?
No, because I'm using that cue as I'm taking them in and out of the discovery zone because that's the door. I'm using that cue coming out and coming in, and, putting them back into that zone area. And once we just take the zone down and we're just go right on into, so what the dog is learning is no matter what door that I'm giving that command with or that cue with, they're going in and out of it. They're understanding that. And they're kind of generalizing that cue.
Does the discovery zone replace the tie down, or is the tie down still something we would use?
The tie down is absolutely still a piece of equipment that we do use. And again, I think I just previously mentioned, as this puppy starts to age up to that 5 months, that's when I'm working on the tie down and I'm working on some other things. So they know that when they come out, I'm not just going cold turkey from the discovery zone to the tie down and the other pieces of equipment that we use.
And Missy Griffey has the question that I had when I first heard about this, which was, why would we want to let them relieve themselves inside now and during the night instead of taking them out? Mine was too. What? I don't want that on my wood floors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why, and that's one of the things, because I have a lot of people, I've actually had raisers that are setting alarms to take their dogs out, and the dog hasn't signaled them. They're just so that they don't have an accident. This allows you to have a good night's sleep. I have to say, I had a leader in another area when I was raising for another school, and she was very hesitant about accepting this as well until she had a puppy with diarrhea. And she called me the morning and was just exclaiming over and over and over, I would have washed the dog 3 times and had 3 kennels to clean out had I not had this. She goes, I didn't even know until I came down the next day that the puppy had diarrhea because he came out, used the tray, and went back. And she goes, I had a clean puppy. The only thing I had to clean up was the tray. So that's kind of one of the big benefits of that. And we all know we've all had puppies that have diarrhea. It is not fun. It is not a quick fix. And so you have that opportunity and the dog also has that opportunity. They don't necessarily want to sleep in excrement. So they have the opportunity at night to get away from it. And we have an easier time of adjusting to it ourselves and not as much cleaning and bathing of the dogs.
We've had a lot of chat in the chat box about the costs and will we be sharing like what the equipment is and so forth. Yes, actually, in online university we will have a section on the Discovery Zone. So if you're interested in how much it might cost and things like that, the chat people are answering that for you. And
it is not as expensive as you think it would be. One of the really neat things about this, the zone itself, is once you're done using it for the play area for the puppy, you can use it. If you have large areas in your home that have, and we all know if you're using an X pen, it tips over, again, falls down. This, you can use it across a wide area. You can make a smaller area. You can take it outside and use it outside. I have a couple of puppy raisers that I've recommended. You can take it out in the yard. If you're out in the yard doing work, you can take your puppy out there and let them play in the grass a little bit. And you can set this up in other areas for your use.
And there's this also a question that always comes up is, won't letting the puppy relieve themselves on the pad make housebreaking harder?
It's not, because you're getting the puppy understanding all the way through from the get-go. That's why we're taking them out during the day to busy outside on leash. They're understanding, and that's how we teach them not to relieve in the house as it is. So the puppy will just, and again, that tray is only going to be used at night unless you have a puppy that's having a gastric upset during the day. The rest of the time, they are going outside. They're not understanding. That is our concern, and the puppies just don't carry that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are a number of benefits to the Discovery Zone, and we are always, one of the things that our puppies need to learn is to be resilient and to make choices. And this sets them up from the very beginning of how to do that, so that we're not finding ourselves being helicopter parents and allowing them the freedom to make decisions and to self-soothe also, so that we're not always stepping in, and they learn to be independent, and that's what our working dogs need to know.
And I
Um,
think that is a huge, I don't think she's even stating that strongly enough. I love that you brought that up, Leslie. And I think that that is one of the things we need to wrap our heads around the most is the resiliency of these puppies and not managing their behavior all the time, because then they become reliant on us and they lose some of that self-discovery ability and desire. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's a huge part of this is teaching that puppy to be self-reliant and confident within themselves and not finding their confidence in us as their handlers.
right. And let's see. Allie, could you just clarify for Allie? She says, so during the day, we would remove the pad from the pen.
Correct. During the day, the pad would be removed and the puppy would be taken out on leash to relieve as normal. The only exception to that, again, it would be if you have a puppy that's going through a gastric upset, when they just can't let you know fast enough. But those are very few and far between, needs.
And Kim Hunt from our James Madison FFA group has put a link in the chat as well. For one, I think that's for maybe the tray that you use for her
Okay.
Discovery Zone.
And we will have that information for you guys
Yeah.
as well. We will have all of the equipment, where you can find it, and what we're recommending.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have any more questions before we move on to our next presentation? I'm very excited about it, and I have to tell you, I was not at first. I was very skeptical, but the more information that Sandy provided, and the more I talked to people and talked to our directors of training about the potential benefits of this, the more excited I got. I really think this is going to be a game changer for our puppies. But again, if you're not so sure that you want to try it, you don't have to. This is totally voluntary. So,
And that's why one of the reasons why we made it as such. And I agree. I was the same way with Leslie. I was kind of, we're doing what? But I found, and again, using it myself, I found tremendous benefits. And I found, like I said, I think the house behavior one was just a shock to everybody. But I have found it's carried over, with 4 dogs doing it. So, and other raisers have found the same. So it's very exciting to offer it to everybody. I think it is something that I'm glad it is a your choice situation, that you don't, it is not a mandatory. So I hope that you give it a shot. I hope that you talk to each other and notice who's used it and what you're finding beneficial for it. And appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys.
thank you, Sandy.
Thank you all.
We appreciate you bringing this concept to us for us
Thank
to
you.
give it a try. All righty, so I can't believe it. We're right on schedule. I love it. Next up, we have Carrie Telemontes, one of our senior advisors. She is going to, for all of you who have raised female puppies, it's all about the heat cycle. What did we decide the name of this one was, Carrie?
Girl talk from puppy to hot dog.
That's right. Girl talk from puppy to hot dog. Take it away, Carrie.
All right. Let me get this my presentation up here. Oh geez. Sorry, hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Why am I not? There we go. Play from start. Okay.
Are you sharing your
Yeah,
screen?
nope, it's not come. Hold on, just give me. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Is it up?
It is.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. So I'm Carrie Talamantes. I'm one of the senior advisors. I cover Central Florida, East Florida, and Delmarva, which is our Washington, D.C. group. Okay, so I had a first-time puppy raiser, and he said to me one day, "Hey, it'd be great if you guys could give us some more information about heat cycles, because he said, I have no idea what's, how they made it through this. They made it through it, but I thought this was a great topic for us to do. So again, Girl Talk from puppy to hot dog, all about our heat cycles. Nice and pretty and pink, of course. Okay. All right, so what is the heat cycle? Pretty much basic two things here. It does signal the onset of reproductive maturity, and it's going to refer to the ovulation period in female dogs. This is what your average heat cycle is going to be, looking like. So stage 1 is proestrus. That's about 9 days long. That's when we're going to have bleeding and swelling vulva. Stage 2 is going to be the estrus. And this is when a dog can become pregnant. Stage 3 is when diestrus, where she's no longer fertile. But this is going to be if you have bred if it's one of our puppy parents, for example, this is going to be when we find out that they're pregnant, and it's going to be 60 days long. And then stage 4 is anestrus, which is 6 months, and that is time for a uterine repair before our next proestrus. So you'll see it goes in one big cycle there. So let's discuss some basic heat cycle info. Technically, they can go as early as 6 months old for their first heat cycle. We don't see that too often with our current colony of dogs. Our average age is 10 to 12 months, I would say. And that's sort of just an estimate of what I hear from people. That's not statistically based, but even maybe more like closer to 14 months. So we hear a lot of it happens once every 6 to 8 months. So again, looking back at that cycle I just showed you, you see it takes at least 6 months for that uterine repair. It lasts approximately 3 weeks, but we do ask that you avoid intact males for 6 weeks, just to be safe, because sometimes, it might have started or ended a little bit differently than what you had estimated. We're going to observe some behavioral and physiological changes in our dogs, and I'll discuss those in just a moment here. Spayed females, I hope this is obvious, but spayed females will not experience heat cycles, and obviously males don't experience heat cycles. So this is going to be our intact females. You're going to hear me say this a lot throughout this presentation, added caution when your puppy's in heat. There's a lot of things that could happen, and we don't want an accidental breeding. So dogs of opposite sex over 6 months of age who are still intact, they should no longer play together. And that does include that you shouldn't be sitting another dog. So if you have a female that's over 6 months of age and somebody in your group says, I really need someone to sit my 1-year-old male dog who's intact, you should not do that. Even if you think you can juggle dogs between crates and rooms and that whole thing, we just don't want any sort of accidents to happen. All right, so signs and symptoms of going into heat. So yes, I do have some slightly graphic pictures, not too many. We do have some physical changes. First of all, you're going to see that swollen vulva. It will look significantly different than when they're not in heat. You're going to have discharge and bleeding. You can definitely check your dog by wiping with something like a little cotton pad or even toilet paper if you suspect that they might be bleeding or they might be in heat. Increased marking and urination, you're going to see this, that they just have that increased frequency, feeling like they need to go more often. And increased licking of genitals. I think that this is probably the first sign most people see is the increased licking of genitals. Your dog is probably trying to clean herself and keep herself all clean and trying to figure out what's going on down there. And so I think that's going to be our first sign usually of when a dog is in heat. Is that increased licking, and then you're going to say, why are you licking yourself so much? Was there a question? Oh, somebody, okay. So you're going to ask yourself, was my dog licking themselves so much? And then you might turn them over and notice that their vulva looks swollen, and then, start to check for that discharge. So we have behavioral changes too. We have sluggish and melancholic dogs. All right. So sometimes they might say, my dog's like more lazy or just doesn't, kind of just lays around right now in the beginning. They oftentimes don't feel great. So that's expected. They might actually be more affectionate and want to cuddle more. So you might spend a lot more time sitting on the ground with them and letting them sit on your lap. And then on the opposite side of that, some dogs are just overexcited and they won't settle as easily. A big change that seems to happen while they're in heat is they seem like they've forgotten all of their training. So, you're asking your dog to sit, either, they're uncomfortable where, down where their vulva is, so they don't really want to sit down on the ground, and or they might be wearing their pants. So that also makes them maybe not want to sit or maybe not want to do a down for you as easily. So don't be surprised that during the heat cycle, you might feel like, hey, she's not really listening to her cues. Your pet dogs, including your intact females or your spayed females or neutered males, if you have pet dogs at home, you might notice that they might mount your puppy while they're in heat as well. That will typically end once the heat cycle is over with and kind of a little bit past that. So how do we handle the heat cycles? First of all, we have basic supplies. You're going to want to probably get some sanitary pants. These are some really cute options here if you want to make your puppy real cute while they're wearing these. You can get these from Amazon. They're anywhere from usually $10 to $20 depending on how many pairs you get. So anywhere from like 2 pairs is usually $10 to $12. And you probably want multiple pairs because you are going to have to wash them pretty frequently. You can use pads inside these pants. They do sell special pads for dogs that are in heat, but honestly, you can just use human panty liners or pads, and those work great and they're cheap. If you do use human pads though, and they have those little wings on them, you probably want to cut those off so that there's not the option for the dog to kind of find those and try to chew at them. Okay, so preparing for our and handling our heat cycle, we want to practice wearing the pants. Really good if you can practice before you need them. This is sort of like, think about the infinity collar. You didn't just put the infinity collar on your dog and just start walking for, an hour with it on. You practiced it a little bit at a time, and we have you guys practice it right away. The infinity collar, for example, practice it right away during puppy kindergarten so that by the time your dog does need the infinity collar, they're really used to it. So same thing here. When they turn about 6 months old, you might want to start thinking about getting pants, again, buying them from Amazon or pet store, or maybe somebody even in the group has some that they just want, people sometimes will pass around supplies, and just start letting your dog wear them. You're going to have them wear the pants for a short period of time, a few minutes here, a few minutes there before that heat cycle begins. When you are putting the pants on the dog, you want to, and they're getting used to them, you're going to play, you can redirect, and you can distract when you're first putting them on if they're kind of like looking back at them too much. And then I have a little video of me putting them on Eve. I know she thought that she was done with this, but she's almost 6 years old, so she was my little demo dog here. All right. I- all right. So a couple things about that. I like to put them kind of like have them go between my knees and sort of just hold them with my knees right there. That helps to sort of get them on really nice and tight and keep your dog nice and still. And then pulling that tail through first tends to be the way to really get them on nice and tight. I always tell everybody, I came home one day when Eve was younger and was in heat for her first cycle. And my husband had changed her little sanitary pants for me, and I was like, what's going on with these? And he didn't know how to put them on. So I think that, this is very practical for people who've never had to deal with this before. All right. So when they're wearing their pants, we do want to make sure you do not want to keep those on when they're crated. there's two major reasons. One, it allows the puppy time to clean themselves. And then you don't want her to chew or ingest the pants. So if they're wearing those and they get kind of bored, they might kind of start grabbing at them and eventually get them off. And we don't want any sort of foreign body, for example. Give your puppy breaks throughout the day with the pants on. So that might be just putting them in their crate for a little bit, even if you're home without their pants on, or maybe putting them on a tie down somewhere that doesn't have any carpet. And the people who don't have carpet, a lot of times will tell me that they just kind of walk around after the dog and just sort of wipe up, mop up throughout the day. Um, if you are walking in an outdoor location, we'll talk about that in just a second, about rules about that. But if you are having your dog walk in an outdoor location, they do not have to wear those pants out in the outdoor location. You do want to be careful to remove those pants before going out to potty, because most dogs will busy with the pants on. Again, remember I said earlier, they have more of an urgency to urinate. I don't think it was Eve, I think it was another black puppy I raised at one point. I had black pants on her and I just wasn't paying attention and just sort of slipped my mind as she walked out, black lab with black pants on, and just went ahead and busied right outside, but was wearing her pants. So you already have to wash these pants enough. So you don't want to have to wash them extra. So rules during a heat cycle. The first thing is we want you to report your start date to your club leader. Then they will share it to PRS, who will then have it get put into their file so that genetics and reproduction can be aware of when the dog's first heat cycle was, especially if your dog continues, as a puppy parent eval. Do not attend in-person club meetings with your puppy. Okay, so the puppy's going to stay home during that time. We do have a few options for you. You can either attend the in-person club meetings by yourself without a dog. Great time to really just take in everything and not be distracted somewhat by your own puppy. Or you can attend virtual meetings. And if you attend virtual meetings with like your advisor, then you can obviously work your puppy inside the home. So if they need some extra training time or something to do because they're going to be doing a little bit less socialization, it's a great time to make sure you're attending those virtual meetings. And if you really want a lot of virtual meetings, you can let your advisor know and we can ask other advisors when their meetings are and let you attend their meetings as well most of the time. With leash walking, you are technically allowed to walk your dogs in leashes, but you have to avoid places with other dogs. So this means you can't take them to walk in an outdoor shopping center like strip mall area if it has like a PetSmart or even a Lowe's, because those are dog friendly areas. So one place that I like to suggest to people, if they feel like their dog has a lot of energy and really needs a walk, is to look for a really quiet, empty parking garage that usually does not have any loose animals or the threat of that. So I always say, like, for example, if you have kind of a downtown area or area that has like business buildings nearby that has a parking garage. So Monday through Friday, it might be kind of busy, but Saturday, Sunday, when they're closed, it might be really empty. So something like that, you could walk them there and you could practice stairs in a parking garage as well. Or Sunday evenings, a lot of big businesses close early. And so maybe you take them out to the parking lot and just walk them around the empty parking lot as well. So you can take them to outdoor places again that have no other dogs, but but no indoor places because again, we wouldn't want them to be dripping any discharge or blood on a store floor. All right, so some extra tips. Watch for weight gain. So they are going to be less. Oh, do I have a question? Okay. Okay. So we want to watch for weight gain. So they are going to be less active during the heat cycle due to how they feel and due to those socialization limitations that we have during that time. And because of this, they're going to be a little more homebodies and kind of just laying around a lot more. So you might need to cut back on their food some. You want to discuss that with your club advisor, a club leader and advisor. So if your puppy goes into their heat cycle and they were at a BCS of 5.5, definitely want to talk to your club leader and advisor about, hey, should I cut back just like a quarter cup of food or something like that during this time? You want to make sure you keep your weight updated. So I know a lot of clubs will ask for a current weight on your puppy. Make sure you are actually doing that beforehand so that, if I weigh my puppy this week and she goes into heat 2 weeks from now, at least I know, oh, 2 weeks ago she was 55 pounds. Then after the heat is over, we can weigh her again. And if she's 60 pounds, I can say, oh, wow, she gained 5 pounds during that time. I really got to talk to somebody about how we can help her get back down to her, you know, pre-heat weight. So training and socialization during heat. Again, you can attend virtual meetings. That's going to be a great option now that we have all these virtual meeting opportunities for everybody. Enrichment activities in the home. So frozen Kongs, dog puzzles, lick mats, you can do those. However, again, per the previous slide, we do want to adjust meals on those days that you use food enrichment. And then you can practice skills around the home. You can do stays with like distance and distraction in your house. You can do recalls. You can do hide and seek recalls where you put your dog in a sit stay and then you go hide behind a door somewhere and then call them. You can make it sort of fun like that. We're going to do a game a little bit later, puppy poker. You can play that in your house. That's just a generalization exercise. So we'll get into that later in the day here. But you can do something like that as well. There are some variety of options that we have for training and socialization during that time. And it's not that it's 3 to 6 weeks of the dog, having no training. All right, so we're going to talk about some less common heat situations. The first is an inverted or recessed vulva. This is a structural condition where the vulva is going to be partially or completely hidden by the skin folds. Because girl dogs sit very low to the ground when they urinate, it can cause bacteria in the vaginal area, them to pick up things from the ground when they're going to the bathroom, and this can lead to vaginitis or UTIs. However, in terms of the heat cycle, it often corrects itself during that heat cycle. So it can be corrected via surgery if necessary, but obviously if it can be corrected via just having them go through a heat cycle, we would much rather have that than cause an unnecessary surgery. If your puppy does have an inverted or recessed vulva and you receive a spay notice, we are going to ask that you hold off from spay until the puppies have their first heat cycle. You can talk to club leader, your advisor, and to the staff member from PRS who sent you the notice. So just so you can see here the difference, these are two older dogs, and the yellow lab, she never had a spay before. She never had a heat cycle before she was spayed, and the black lab is a dog who had a heat cycle one time before she was spayed. So you can see the difference there. I don't think technically the yellow lab doesn't qualify as an inverted recessed vulva, but you can see how much different the two vulvas look after a heat cycle. So some unusual heat cycles. These are just some situations that might happen. These are definitely more rare, I think, than even like the inverted vulva. Silent heat. So this would be where your dog goes through a heat cycle without the typical signs or symptoms. And this is why it's really important to follow that the rule of dogs over 6 months of age of the opposite sex that are not spay neutered, they should not be playing together. Because if your dog happens to go through a silent heat, they could get pregnant technically. False pregnancy. This is when the puppy is going to mimic signs of being pregnant. You might see them, and it resolves after the typical gestation period, which is, I think, 2 months after. But it might resolve sooner than that. But you might see the dog adopt like a toy as their puppy. You might see like their nipples might swell up like they have milk and that sort of thing. Again, all these things you can definitely talk to your club leader and advisor, and we can help you further along with those with more details. And then the last one is split heat. This is clinical signs of a heat appearing, but then it seems to suddenly stop and then reappears a few days or a week later. Sometimes this could just be because your dog's really good at cleaning themselves and you think that they're not really in heat anymore. So just be really aware that that's also a possibility, and don't just assume. And this is why we're saying, okay, let's wait for 6 weeks before we actually let our dogs, interact like with other male dogs and that sort of thing. So what if my dog encounters an intact male? Accidents can happen. Obviously, we don't want them to happen. It would be a very stressful thing for a dog to have an accidental pregnancy. But we do want you to contact your club leader and or advisor as soon as possible. Please don't feel like I don't think I want to tell them. just because in case you're embarrassed or something like that, please let us know right away. We need to know this right away. Your puppy may be required to have some precautionary veterinary visits as a result of an encounter with an intact male. Um, Again, these dogs can, oh, and I don't think I said this earlier, but when they are outside in your yard, your fenced in yard, we do still ask that you keep them on a leash. I'm sorry, I skipped over that. Um, Keep them leashed up. You can get a long line for that if you would like to give them a little more room to run around. But, we have had situations where male dogs have snuck into yards, female dogs have climbed over fences. And dogs have been able to mate through fences, like chain link fences. I always tell everybody about this time when Eve was in heat, we couldn't figure out what was going on in our backyard because we would come home and there would be like bite marks and tears on certain things, like our grill cover and a pop-up leaf thing. And then one day our Ring camera in the back told us there was somebody back there, and we looked, and there was a little male dog that was wrestling this leaf thing. And we think it was because Eve was in heat that he was sneaking into our yard through a little hole. And we had to have our neighbor go over, and she got him, and she told us, yes, he was intact. So, if I wasn't aware of that, like, and I let Eve off into my yard without her leash on, she could have encountered this male dog before I had even realized what was going on. All right. Do we have any questions?
We do have one,
Okay.
and Terry Smith from Atlanta is asking, can you just to confirm, females in heat should avoid in-person meeting for 6 weeks?
I think yeah, I think so. Yes. And also when they come back from being in heat, also please bathe them. So yeah. So 6 weeks is about what it is usually for us to have them avoid coming to meetings. We just don't want to make the intact males uncomfortable, make it difficult for their raisers to be unable to handle their dogs. Again, like I said, there's virtual meetings, so we have lots of options for virtual meetings to make up with your advisor.
Okay. Do dogs in heat experience discomfort like women do?
I mean, I wish dogs could talk and tell me. I don't actually know that. I'm assuming they do because every girl dog I've raised has seemed to feel a little bit under the weather when they first start their heat cycle. They seem to be okay a little bit later into the heat cycle, but my female dogs have always um, seemed like they felt like a little bit blah. So I don't know if anybody else has any other advisors have any information on that. I do not know that for sure though.
Only anecdotal, having raised some females, and I
Yeah.
agree. There is definitely a behavior change.
Yes.
So whether that's due to feeling discomfort or just the hormones, I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't know there's definitely like anecdotal
yeah.
thing there. All
Uh,
right.
Anybody else have any questions?
And then I did make a little collage for everybody who shared with me who didn't make it into my slideshow of all their dogs. I asked for people to send photos of their dogs that were in their little pants for my slideshow. So everybody who didn't make it onto a specific slide had to make sure to thank everybody for sending me those.
Well, those are some pretty cool panties. And I want to just note that Elizabeth Jones put in the chat that you can order pants from the Salty Pup shop on Etsy and support another puppy raiser.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, she says you can direct message the shop owner and she'll make them for you. So,
Awesome. That's amazing.
I mean, if you're having to go through it, you at least want your pup to be stylish, right?
That's right. That's right.
Oh, we have, let's see. Oh, this is Erin asking me. Sorry, I'm trying to read and scroll and other things pop up. How to treat pups that go through a spay after surgery.
Um, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that.
So aftercare after a spay.
Yeah, I mean the veterinarians will usually say 10 days of, no major activity. Um, and uh I mean, I think it would just depend on what your specific, because I'm just thinking like some vets will treat it differently. Some vets will hand you certain items like a cone. Some will tell you to order one of those little suits they have now. But you just want to make sure your dog's not licking their incision. That's the biggest thing. And you can see the redness around the incision. If they are licking it a lot, you want to check that incision all the time. Um, Otherwise, the dogs can be, they can, I think after several days, they could probably do some very, walking around your house or um, that sort of thing. I would probably avoid a lot of stairs up until that 10 days is done. So if you have stairs in your house, just be really careful that I'm not going up and down those stairs a lot either. I'm not sure if there's anything specifically about how to treat them otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's major surgery for them. So you just
Yeah.
if you have a very active dog, definitely mention that to the veterinarian so that they know they may be able to give you some medication that'll just keep them a little calmer. Definitely love those little suits. Those are really nice to
Yes.
keep them
Yes.
away from their incision. You can also use an old t-shirt, a kid's t-shirt can
Mhm.
you can tie it down at the end. So
Yeah. I
um,
see how often do you change the pants?
yes, how often?
Great question. It's going to depend a little bit on your puppy's like flow. Um, Again, if you use the pads inside the pants, for me, my general rule of thumb for the most part is to use pads and to change them to check it every couple of hours and usually change them every couple of hours. And then I usually wash that pair of pants most of the time, like that day or that night. That's why I say I prefer to have like quite a few pairs on hand, like 3 to 4 pairs at least. Um, they are not going to get too dirty if you use the pads. Some people choose not to. I mean, technically, some of these pants are, I think, waterproof or water resistant. So you may not really, and they have like a little bit of a liner. But if you do use the pads in them, that will help cut down on your wash time overall.
And we also have, is it possible for a female to never go into heat?
I mean, I don't know if it's never going to heat. My own dog, Sabrina, she was the yellow lab in the one picture. She was 14 or 16 months old, and she had been transferred though at like 9 months old. And they were like trying to let us wait it out to see if she was going to go into heat, and she never did. So at that point, our vets decided to just go ahead and have her get spayed. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a never going into heat. I'm imagining there must be something because I believe, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, that there have been situations with genetics and reproduction where they've chosen to move a dog back into training because they have not gone into heat on a certain amount of time, like an extended amount of time.
Correct.
But
That's
I
correct.
don't, so I assume that there's a possibility, but I don't think that's um, a likely possibility.
It's certainly not something we encounter very often, but from time to time. I
Yeah.
think I can maybe think of 2 dogs in my almost 15 years that
Yeah, it's not.
it's not very common, but it is
Yes.
possible.
And the genetics and reproduction, if they have a breeder who's not going to heat, they'll do things like bring her in to try to get her around the other girls that are in heat to try to get those, I guess, pheromones and go in and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And the question is, when does Dogs Inc. recommend spay? And that is at 10 months.
Yes. 10 months with your letter
Correct.
to say they're getting spayed. So you do need to wait until you get a letter. Otherwise, if you don't get the letter around 10 months or between 10 and 11 months, most of the time your dog is going to come in as a puppy parent eval.
Okay. Well, thanks, Carrie. That was really good information. If you're a first time raiser and you've never been through this, these are some tips and tricks and things you need to know. So
Yes, definitely.
and even for those of us who've raised for a while, maybe we haven't had one. I was really lucky for a while there. None of my female puppies went into heat while they were with me. So,
Yes. And even
um,
if you usually raise males, this is also good info for you to keep in mind if you happen to sit a female for us for a little bit. You never
that
know when it could happen.
that is absolutely right. Okay, thanks so
All right.
much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have next Senior Advisor Hallie Wells. We're going to talk a little bit about, she is going to talk about impulse control with food. So, Hallie, the mic is yours.
Hey everyone, I'm Hallie, and if you haven't met me before, I oversee some of our groups that are hybrid and outside of Florida. So Georgia, North Carolina, some of South Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama. So today I'm going to be sharing a topic about impulse control around the food that is dropped on the ground during training sessions, which happens to everyone, and food that is in your hand. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. And mine
Hi, I'm
is
Hallie, and today we're going over
pre-recorded.
impulse control around food through errorless learning. What is errorless learning? It establishes an environment that ensures the dog's success right from the start. When we're eliminating that room for error, we can effectively reinforce and teach the pup without utilizing punishment, corrections, or adding frustration. Utilizing errorless learning with food during training sessions allows us to prevent the frustration around food and training with food that we sometimes experience with our pups. It also creates a reinforcing relationship and training experience for you and the puppy. We can implement errorless learning and cultivate impulse control throughout the pup's training journey and transform them into the true superhero. By focusing on this training, we can teach our dogs to maintain a productive state regardless of the presence of food in our hands, on the ground, or just in the environment in general. A productive state means responding to cues or when you say their name, and the ability to cope with stimulus and distractions with minimal management from their partner or their puppy raiser. It's easy for pups to become distracted, excited, or activated in the presence of food. We've all experienced an excited or activated puppy around food, no matter how experienced the puppy is at the end of the leash or how experienced we are as puppy raisers. Our dogs are labs, and that means they love food. Some dogs become excited and lose focus, and that can cause curling in front, darting behind, jumping up to the food hand, or being unable to maintain a productive state and continue training. Starting this exercise with young pups allows the pup to build that impulse control from a really young age. These skills prevent the dog from losing focus when kibble is dropped on the ground by someone, and we can start showing our pups that food in our hand, dropped, or in the environment can be ignored. Teaching these skills helps our dogs understand environmental cues, and that means the food on the ground becomes a cue to maintain a calm emotional state and ignore the food and focus on the training. And we'll see a clip later at the end of this presentation on how we can apply this impulse control to real life impulse control and training scenarios. This video shows the desired behavior we want to see at the end of one of these training sets or training exercises. The end goal is for JJ to ignore the food in my hand and that was dropped on the ground during the training session and during real life. We'll go ahead and play the video, and you can see that he keeps his feet still, he maintains a productive state, and doesn't become activated or excited at the presence of the food. So you can see right here, he's really calm. He's able to engage with me. He's not surging forward, curling, or jumping towards the food, and he's taking the food really politely from my hands. As we get started with these exercises, I want to show you what it looks like from the beginning. We want to build the desired behavior before adding the distractions. That means we want to show the dog what we want and what will be reinforced before we add any stimulus. So if we were about to start with a dropped food protocol, then I might start with just marking and feeding them for keeping their feet on the paw pad. And that's exactly what I'm doing in this video. Once we have accomplished the impulse control at this position, we can change our hand position or vary the dog's position in relation to the food. Right here, you can see I start with my food hand behind my back, and I'm delivering food in a way that keeps JJ on the paw pad, prevents him from curling, and just really shows him this is exactly what I want from you right now. The criteria for being marked and fed in this exercise are still feet, loose leash, and not looking at the hands. So that might mean a shorter leash to allow collar cues or collar pressure to be added if the dog surges forward or dodges behind you. The still feet might need a paw pad for the first couple of sessions, and we might need to just start a session with the food hands behind your back the entire time, and that is a-okay. We're starting with those baseline skills and criteria to allow for errorless learning. We don't want to increase the stimulus until the dog understands the requirements of the exercise. Here you can see how the requirements increase and the stimulus increases as we go through this. He's been doing this for a while with his puppy raiser, and this was towards the end of our training session. So you can see how he's thinking through things, and I'm allowing him to do so. I'm not asking anything of him, and instead, my food hand is the cue for him to disengage and stop looking at it. If you want to get started with us, you're more than welcome to, but if your puppy is practicing settling today, or today is their day off for training, you can always practice this at a later date. If you're in my group, you're familiar with this training, and you know how hard it can be for such a boring concept. We only move forward with making the exercise harder when you and your dog have become fluent with the current step. So we're going to take a look at JJ starting this exercise. Again, he's familiar with this and he's done it before, so we're progressing a little faster than normal just for the video. My hand starts behind my back, and then it's going to progress to drop to my side and then drop to my side, but in his line of sight. So a little bit shifted forward. So you can see right here, that's where my hand position becomes visible to him. And you can see I start marking and feeding pretty quickly and maintain that rate of reinforcement. A couple of things to note, it's okay if certain steps take more time than others. It's common for certain hand positions to elicit an excited emotional response because of the previous association of food making it to the dog's mouth. So you might do great with your food hand held straight out at your away from your body, but as you move closer to in front of your body, your puppy might get more excited because that is usually predicting food coming straight to their mouth. So take your time and take steps back if needed. The next training concept we're going to look at is impulse control around drop food. Just like the food in our hand, we want our dogs to maintain a productive working state if food is dropped on the ground. We really want to focus on providing the dog an appropriate behavior that functions to offer reinforcement when food is dropped on the ground. We don't want them lunging, pulling, or doing that little paw thing where they try to stretch their paw and like reach for the piece of kibble that we dropped. By teaching these skills, we're offering the dog an opportunity to make desirable choices to earn reinforcement. Some tips that I found useful over the years practicing this with different ages of dogs, types of dogs, and different stages of training are always practicing collar cues before you introduce this exercise. That allows the dog to understand if there's any collar pressure from surging forward, they should yield to that pressure and maintain their position on the paw pad. We want the leash to be kept short in your hand, holding close to the clip on their collar. The drop food exercise can build to walking past food on the ground, on tables, and even offered by others. You can see in the picture, this is a great position for the puppy. He's on the paw pad. He's reaching for my food without curling in front of me, and my hand is offering a loose leash, but still really close to the collar. By practicing this, we're looking at their future as an assistance dog and setting them up to be comfortable with food distractions in their environment. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started, but remember that low criterion expectation utilizes our errorless learning methods. The food in your hand comes in handy to capture, mark, and feed your puppy for their still feet. Let's go ahead and watch this video on JJ practicing this exercise. You can see my hand is planted on my thigh, and I'm marking and feeding in quick succession from the food in my hands. If your dog is calm and focused, you can introduce and drop that piece of kibble like I did at the beginning of the video. You're going to immediately mark and feed after dropping that first piece of kibble. And by continuing the training loop, we can move off the paw pad and then walk near the drop food. But we always want to offer that high rate of reinforcement so the dog understands exactly what's happening and why they're being reinforced. So even there's an accidental kibble drop because you can see he was a little slobbery and my hands were dropping food left and right. And he's maintaining a productive working state. He looks at the kibble a couple times, but makes the choice to stay on the paw pad, focused on me, and engage with what we're doing. Here's a quick video of JJ and I after we had finished the stationary skills. There's kibble dropped on the ground on either side, and I'm utilizing the paw pad as a home base to bring him to the correct spot I want. He is getting a little tired, so he got a little sloppy, and we just readjusted. But you can see he's making some really great choices in this video. He's maintaining the position after I reset him. And as we walk by food, he's interested in it, but he's not pulling towards it. Here we test his impulse control a little more, and I only mark and feed him after he gets his paws on the paw pad. And that really shows a great example of how you can progress this training to stationary, very controlled training sessions to something a little more realistic, and then really testing it by setting up some obstacle courses where you know the food is and the dog isn't aware of it. And because we're not training in a vacuum, we have some problem-solving tips for you to make sure that you're set up for success with these exercises. Your dog stares at the food hand and won't look away. That is really common. Our dogs love food, and that food in our hand predicts food is coming. In this exercise, we focus on building impulse control with those conditions. Some dogs need the positional changes of your hand split into very small segments to succeed. That's perfectly fine. Focus on building an ample reinforcement history. That means filling that bank account. So visualize your dog's understanding of this training exercise as a big jar. And each time you're marking and feeding them, you're putting a coin into that jar. As you're putting coins into that jar, you're filling it up, and that is the dog's reinforcement history being filled up with the understanding of your desired behavior and what they're being marked for. You should only move back to the hand positions that didn't cause the staring after your dog successfully ignores your hand as it moves behind your back, and then to the harder position, the next one, the next one, the next one, and slowly move back to the position that elicited the staring. Another common response is the dog looking at your food hand, looking away, looking at your food hand, looking away, and kind of flicking their eye contact from the food to your hand to the food to your hand. It's pretty common at the beginning of this exercise, but you can achieve longer duration of looking away from the food by withholding your mark 1 to 2 seconds to see if the dog can move their eye contact away. Then you can start asking and marking and feeding for longer duration. You only want to mark and feed that sustained impulse control and eye contact as the dog starts to understand, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be looking away from this food hand, not just glancing away and then looking right back at it. Again, that could mean that that position of your hand is too challenging for the dog, and you need to move back to an easier option for them so they're set up for success. If your puppy is struggling, curling in front of you to meet your hand as you're delivering the food, you can go back to the puppy kindergarten basics. Get your puppy back on the paw pad and keep the leash close to the dog's collar, and also deliver the food in a really clean manner, ensuring the puppy is facing forward with both front feet on the paw pad. This one is probably the most common problem because dogs are really excited about food and we're practicing food being ignored. So go ahead and take it slow with them. We practice this a lot in our club and our classes. So feel free to ask for the links on our classes about this topic and introduce it to your puppy the next time you're doing training.
Are you ready for questions?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we've
I was
got,
scrolling through the questions to see if some of them could be bundled together.
yes. So I think there's one about how taking treats, how do you get them to a dog to take the treats gently?
Yeah, there's a couple of different options for that, but I actually find that this exercise teaches them to take treats calmly because you're giving them a really predictable way and motivating way for them to keep their still feet, low emotional response, low activation and excitement. But I still have those chompers that I've worked with before that just become sharks and try to grab anything and everything from your hand. So I have two different methods that I use. One is the food donut. So I just put treats in my hand and I kind of make a hole like this, and they have to lick out the treats. And you can open it a little more and then close it as needed. This also works really well for luring dogs. And then I also just practice feeding them, just sitting on the ground with them and just giving them kibble after kibble, to show them it's not a big deal if food is coming from your hand to their mouth.
Okay. Someone wants to clarify what the end goal is. Is it eye contact or just looking away from where the food is?
That's a great question too. The end goal is having the dog looking away from the food. We don't want our dogs staring at us all the time. Some dogs are going to be checking in naturally with that eye contact, but you can see in the videos, a lot of the time I'm marking and feeding JJ for looking straight ahead instead of making eye contact with me.
Do you have any tips for helping pups refrain from cleaning the floors under the table at a restaurant?
Yes. So this is actually a really good exercise for this because it builds that foundation of food in the direct environment to the dog being a cue to ignore it. So they can work on that impulse control. And I set up training scenarios where I start with the food in my hand, then I start with the food dropping on the ground while they're on the paw pad, and it progresses eventually to having the food down next to me and marking and feeding them when they're in a close position or laying down next to me or underneath my chair and the food present, and just marking and feeding them for that. Practicing in those controlled training sessions allows for the setup for success for your dog. If you just go into a restaurant and expect the dog to be able to do this behavior without teaching them your expectations first, then it can be a big challenge. I have had some heavy floor scavengers and lickers that I've puppy raised before, and I actually bought those like giant cleaning wipes. They're like the extra large ones, and I would keep those in my bag and actually wipe the floor pretty quickly when I would go to restaurants with my puppies. So I was using management as a tool to prevent that behavior from becoming a habit as well.
Someone suggested that a video with a pup who doesn't do this well would be advantageous. They want to see what to do when the dog lunges at food.
I actually have a couple great videos of that. I unfortunately didn't have one of our dog's ink puppies that could do that, that lived close to me, that I could get my hands on and practice. JJ has been practicing this since he's been with his puppy raiser, Malcolm. I have lots and lots of video of pet dogs learning this skill because of scavenging problems or ingestion problems with their parents, and even my own dogs. So I have those videos available. They just aren't Dogs Inc. puppies.
Well, Erin said maybe we can do that as a Dear Advisor one time.
Yeah, I would love that. And I will show plenty. My dog was the queen of the stretch and pull food towards her. And after her swallowing a roadkill squirrel, we started this training.
Well, I learned don't ever sit in a booth because my first puppy pooped out crayons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That I didn't even know were under there until later. So, okay, I think that is it for the questions. Thank you, Hallie.
Yeah, of course. Happy to share.
All right. Up next, we have Jenny Scamardo, the advisor, and Amra Dillard-Rickwell, our manager of puppy training. They're going to talk about exploration walks. So this might sound familiar to some of you longtime raisers, in what we used to call a fun walk, but it's actually a little bit different. So, ladies.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Jenny and I had a lot of fun preparing this presentation. The least fun was us saying exploration stroll a bunch of times. So that was the hardest part of it. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And Jenny and I, since we worked together on this, we already pre-recorded. So I'll go ahead and start that. And then if there's any questions afterwards, we can go ahead and take those, just being cautious of the time too. You know what? I'm going to stop share because I forgot to share my sound. Give me just a second.
And thank you for correcting me, an exploratory stroll. And we really think that that word stroll is important for your mindset when you do this.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello everyone, this is Amra and Jenny, and today we're going to be introducing you to a new type of walk called the exploration stroll.
First, let's talk about what an exploration stroll is. This is a walk that provides the puppy an opportunity to take the lead, explore, and sniff their surroundings. Overall, the goal is for this to be your puppy's walk. Before we dive into the specifics of the exploration stroll, let's look at the different type of walks you can take with your puppy. We have broken our walks into 3 categories, with each one having their individual focus. In addition to our new exploration stroll, which focuses on the mental health of the puppy, we have our well-known neighborhood walks that focus on the physical health of the puppy, and our working walk or invest walk that focuses on the training health of the puppy. This chart will also be provided as part of your post-conference material for easy reference back to at any time.
Let's take a look at the benefits the exploration stroll can provide and why it is important. This activity allows the puppy to be a dog by giving them a fun opportunity to freely explore the world around them with their nose. Sniffing also releases the mood-boosting chemical dopamine in our puppy's brain, which is calming and gives them the opportunity to decompress. Our puppies work hard, and giving them a mental break is important. By giving the puppy the opportunity to have the freedom to explore in these walks, we are continuing to support the growth and development of their confidence and resilience, which is important for their future career. And last but certainly not least, this is a time for you and your puppy to relax and have some fun. Now let's take a look at the specifics of the walk. It is important to point out that this walk is not determined by distance or a specific destination. When thinking about the length of this walk, you will need to take in consideration your individual puppy's needs, as sniffing is highly stimulating, and we do want to be sure to keep in mind your puppy's stamina. A short distance can have a big impact here. The goal is to use a leash that is 6 to 7 feet long, and if possible, it is beneficial to use a separate leash for these walks. We will want to make sure and busy our puppy prior to the start of the walk. We don't want our puppy to be engaging in any pulling. The goal here is to have polite movements and that there's no darting or lunging behavior. We may need to return to impulse control work and have a shortened leash with the puppy if a distraction becomes present during our walk. And we will also continue to adhere to the no dog leash greetings, just as we would for any other outing. With the exploration stroll, being in the proper mindset is key. Because this is a walk without a destination, you are going to want to make sure you're not feeling rushed or stressed, as your puppy will likely stop during the walk multiple times to take in the smells of its environment. As this is a calm and relaxed walk for your puppy, you're going to also want to channel that same energy for yourself, as we all know that what we are feeling travels down the leash right to our dog.
Now let's take a look at the two different type of stroll options we have. We have our neighborhood exploration stroll, where you and the puppy will travel down the sidewalk at the pace the puppy would like to travel and explore. And we have our open space exploration stroll, where the puppy is exploring an open field or parking lot as they choose. If you live in a higher traffic area, you may need to seek out specific locations that this stroll will be most successful due to the traffic level environment around you. For example, if living downtown, the puppy having a longer leash could be challenging due to the activity level and general distance to other people and dogs. Now, let's look at a few visual examples of the neighborhood stroll. In our first video here, Pickles starts at a slower, more leisurely, casual pace. She's sniffing everything around her, just kind of enjoying herself. As we continue walking, you're going to see that she gets a little pep in her step and decides she would like to increase her walking speed and travel out in front of me. When she does this, she does get more leash, and she does a really nice job of continuing to keep it nice and loose. At times, I do increase my walking speed to allow her to walk at that more brisk pace that she would like to travel. The key piece is that throughout the stroll, it's her choice on the walking speed she would like to enjoy. She can choose to travel out in front of me or walk next to me, but the really important piece is that she's not pulling on the leash. So then in our next video here, this puppy is just casually choosing to sniff while continuing walking down the sidewalk. As the video continues, you're going to see that she just kind of casually veers to the right. She does so very nicely and just continues her sniffing on the opposite side of the sidewalk. And then in our last video here, Pickles is again just casually traveling down the sidewalk. She's choosing to have some longer sniffs off to our left in the grass over there. As we continue down the sidewalk in just a little bit, you're going to see that we come across some mushrooms. These mushrooms have been an area we've been working really hard on impulse control with. So you're going to see that I return to marking and rewarding her as she makes a really nice choice to view them, but move right past them. And I really want to make sure that I'm reinforcing that great decision she made in that moment.
Now let's take a look at what an open space stroll may look like. So in this first video, you can see the puppy just kind of casually exploring the area, checking out the water, just kind of taking in the sights and the smells of his surroundings. He's kind of choosing to travel over to the left and to the right, but without pulling or darting. There's no lunging in any particular direction. He's just kind of nice and calmly just checking everything out. And it is his choice, so I am following him. He's getting to make the choice as to kind of which direction he wants to go to explore that area. All right, so in the second video here, we went to a different location, a different open space location, and as we were exploring this area, we did come across some birds that got his attention, so you can kind of see him perk up a little bit there. And at that point, I went ahead and asked him to re-engage with me, and I rewarded him for getting that engagement back with me. And then I was able just to give him kind of a second, just to kind of take everything in. And then eventually we went ahead and we started to move on and just kind of continue exploring in this different area. I just kind of moved directions to get him going in a different area, and then let him kind of choose where he wanted to go and where he wanted to check things out. During these walks, you may find yourself feeling challenged, so let's talk about some tools that may help you navigate any challenges you come across. We are going to go ahead and want to continue to use our management tools. So if your dog routinely walks on their Infinity collar or with their Freedom harness, we are going to go ahead and continue to use those tools on these walks as well. You're also going to want to start small. You're going to want to give your pup an opportunity to work on this activity in your front yard, building to maybe a few houses, and then gradually growing the distance if that's successful for your pup. And while you're starting small and kind of seeing how your puppy does with this activity, you might want to see if maybe an open space is better versus a sidewalk stroll. Sometimes a neighborhood sidewalk stroll can be a little bit more challenging just because of the heavy dog traffic that may or may not be in that area. We will want to have a nice foundation with our fist target. That's a way for us to add an engagement with either the fist target or using the puppy's name. We really want to be able to keep a connection between you and your puppy between the bigger sniffs. So you want to be able to get them to re-engage with you, and by utilizing that fist target or using their name, that's going to help you be able to do that.
While on your neighborhood stroll, there may be areas that require handler support to keep the puppy successful. Today we're going to touch on 3 of these possible areas: dog distraction, marking, and scavenging. With dog distraction, our goal will be to transition from our longer 6 to 7 foot stroll length leash to a training length of about 3 to 4 feet when another dog does come into our environment. This will allow us to monitor distance and return back to actively marking and rewarding the puppy for choices with that dog in our environment. Another area is marking. Our goal will be to prevent availability to sniff and explore upright surfaces that could generate marking behavior. We could also work on encouraging ongoing movement around upright areas to prevent marking behavior from taking place. And third, scavenging. So our goal would be to redirect the puppy with an interrupter if picking up items or trying to eat items from the ground, utilizing one type of stroll over another. We can also incorporate our Infinity collar as a management tool to set the puppy up for success. First, let's take a look at dog distraction. In this first video, Pickles and I are casually strolling along. As we continue strolling, we will come across a little puppy. You will see that as we get closer to the puppy on the sidewalk, I make my leash length shorter and return to marking and rewarding. I also increase our distance to what I felt Pickles needed to remain successful in moving past the puppy. So something to add is that if I knew I could not have safely gone into the roadway there to move past that puppy, I would have altered my path of travel. I could have kind of veered off where the sidewalk V'd, where we kept going straight. I could have taken a right, or I could have crossed the street to have developed distance in that direction as well. In the second video, I shorten my leash length as the dog across the street gets closer to us. Again, you're going to see that I return to marking and rewarding at the rate Pickles needed to be successful moving past that dog. And then once past that dog, I was able to return to a longer leash length offering to her.
An additional behavior you may need to provide support on is marking. While males are more prone to marking, it is not uncommon for our female dogs to exhibit this behavior as well. It will be helpful for you to choose an area that has an open space and or maybe some less dog traffic. You're also going to really want to watch your pup's body language. You may need to use a verbal interrupter or say let's go, just to go ahead and keep your puppy moving along and not staying in one spot too terribly long while they're sniffing. You're also going to want to provide plenty of opportunities for re-engagement between you and your pup. In this first video, as the puppy and I were approaching a row of bushes, I made the decision to go ahead and increase our distance just to prevent the puppy from being able to mark. Even in these kinds of walks, distance is still going to continue to be your best friend, and you'll want to utilize it as some of these, as you're working through some of these challenges. In the second video, the puppy is walking along a grassy line, but you can see they're keeping a nice brisk pace, and that's just to proactively keep the puppy from marking. So he's still getting the opportunity to explore and to sniff, just kind of keeping him moving along so that we're not hanging around in one spot too long. And that can definitely help with proactively looking at those marking behaviors.
And the last behavior we're going to talk about today is scavenging. With the freedom this walk provides, we do run across the possibility of the puppy doing this. If the puppy does choose to pick something up, we could ask them to drop it or possibly need to provide support with it being removed from their mouth to prevent them from ingesting it. If you see the puppy thinking about picking something up, we could provide an interrupter such as saying their name, pup pup, or encouraging let's go as a few possibilities. Having the puppy wear their infinity collar could also be a helpful tool in prevention. And last, if working through scavenging with your puppy, you could work on selecting cleaner areas to enjoy an exploration stroll to limit availability to sticks, leaves, and acorns being picked up. So in this video, you will see Pickles casually strolling along when she makes the choice to pick up a grass thread. I ask her to drop it while giving her a small side wiggle interrupter. Following, she nicely continues on her stroll. We hope you and your puppy have fun on your strolling adventures. Amra and I are happy to answer any questions you have about the Exploration Stroll live at the end of this presentation.
Hey, so we do have a question in the chat. You do address what happens if the puppy tries to mark, but someone was asking, would you suggest an exploratory stroll for male puppies that are trying to mark?
I think that is going to depend. So I have an intact male puppy, and we've been practicing these exploration strolls quite a bit, once a day, and we haven't had any problems. But if you have a dog that is really prone to marking and you already know that going ahead into it, I would, like kind of we talked about, suggest a really, really clean area to even like practice it. Maybe an empty parking lot where there isn't really any opportunity for a lot of dog smells, but yet they can kind of sniff and move around. And, you know, I would really, really think hard about where you're going to do that exploration stroll with a dog like that. Jenny, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, it's perfect.
Yeah. And same for the open space stroll then would apply there as well.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we have any other questions?
I did not look in the chat, so I actually don't know.
I think we're good. No, I just always want to give something. Oh, Erin, I see your hand is raised. Did you mean to do that?
Might have been an accident.
Yes, I did. Sorry, I was
Okay.
trying to mute our other audio source. I had a question from a raiser I'm with. Would you suggest that these walks are only used one at a time? So if you're going on an exploration stroll, you're only doing that? Or could you spend part of your time in a structured walk and then partway through switch to an exploration stroll?
Great question.
Yeah, no, that is a great question. Jenny and I actually talked a lot about this, and we said definitely it could be a combination. Like you might go ahead and kind of, you know, switch between the two. Just for me, personal preference, I like to do one or the other. I may have to go back into marking and rewarding if distractions come on, but because for me, it's just a mindset of kind of if we're like kind of go, 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 or if we're just kind of in a more relaxed and I'm letting Commander, you know, sniff around as he pleases. But I definitely think there is possibility where you could do, you know, you could combine it and do a little bit of both. I would just probably be careful to make sure the expectations and the communication is clear to the dog via that's the length of the leash, whether, you know, just so that it's clearly communicated what exercise you're doing with them.
And I second that. We are recommending that you use a separate piece of equipment, so using a different leash. So if you are kind of going to start a walk as an exploration stroll, but then transition to a regular walk, we would want to make sure we're creating clear expectations for the puppy. Like Amra, I typically do one or the other. So I either plan to go on an exploration stroll or I'm taking a neighborhood walk or a vest walk because I'm grabbing two separate leashes. But again, there's also times on our exploration stroll that we're going to return back to more sense of impulse control work because of the distractions or things that are going to come across us on that walk.
Question from Robin, are all walks appropriate for all ages?
Yes. So if you felt like your puppy, a little puppy could do an exploration stroll, you can do that. I had a little starter puppy for 2 months and we had some fun on exploration strolls. We started really small, just with the front yard, and then we kind of expanded to a couple of houses, and then that expanded further down our street. So it was a gradual growth as she was ready to make that progression. So it's very dependent on your puppy and kind of how you're progressing with them and if it's appropriate for them.
And Anne Marie says, my walks with Comet are typically exploration in the neighborhood, and then we go to a neighborhood shopping center for the structured walk, not back to back. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's great. I think that's perfect.
All right. Okay. Well, just bearing in mind that we are now running a little over time, we are scheduled for a break. So I know it's feeding time here at my house, so I do know that I'm going to need to take a break. So I'm going to suggest that we come back in 10 minutes at 5 till the hour. In Florida, that's 5 till 4. I'm not sure whatever time it is in your time zone. So we'll take a 10-minute break and see you back. All right. I think we are at 5 minutes before the hour, and welcome back from the break. Um, Thank you so much for hanging with us. I know we're a couple of presentations behind, but we might get caught up here pretty quickly. Next up, we have Deb Donnelly with some ideas for practicing at home. That all important thing, how do you go to the bathroom in public when you got a puppy in training with you?
Yeah. So we are going to go right to my spotlight people here. I have two remote puppy raisers who have graciously agreed to be our demo people today. So we've got Beverly and Larkin from Wisconsin, so one time zone, and Maria and Dreamer in California, so another time zone, because that's just the way remote puppy raising rolls. And this is a little exercise I do with my raisers from time to time where we practice things, some practical things that I think are useful for us. So we're going to practice what you might do in a public restroom. I'm sorry, guys, I don't frequent the male side of the restroom, so you might look a little different, but if you have to go in a stall, it's the same thing. So what we're going to do first is, you're lucky and you're not traveling through an airport with luggage. We're just going to go ahead and practice in a small space. So I'll have my puppy raisers, and then you can do this at home too. Set up a small space. Both of these raisers lovely have doors on their space. I always talk about how working dogs need to work in small spaces. So my puppy raisers might say, oh, my puppy doesn't fit on the passenger floorboard of my car anymore. He's too big. But the reality is that they're too big for a lot of spaces. And so it's always good for them to practice this a little bit. So one tip I will always give, if the handicap stall is available, way easier to take a dog in there. But sometimes it's really busy, especially on the women's side. You don't have a choice. You got to take the first available. So most of the time, the doors to a public restroom open in. So when you go in there, you have to decide what you're going to do with your puppy. You can bring your puppy in first and try to sidle them as deep into the stall as they can, because once you get in there, you have to shut the door. And for some puppies, that might be a little bit scary. So both Larkin here with Beverly and Dreamer. So Larkin is she 6 months old yet, Beverly?
No, she's
Okay.
5.
She's 5 months old, and Dreamer's a year old. So we've got a little bit different in skill set here. And go ahead, ladies, and just go ahead and explore how you would enter that stall area with just your puppy. What are you going to do first? Are you going to have your puppy go in first? Are you going to go ahead? And you can tell the more experienced dogs, it's easier to do this. Good job, Maria. So she's really got him tucked in there. And then you've got to figure out how to get your door in. So this is where you might go to a food lure. Like, people always want to use cues. When you're in a space like this, sometimes, as you can see Dreamer there, this has happened with my puppy. All of a sudden that space is a little bit tight and they get a little bit wiggly. So because we're women, we're going to sit down here. A couple of tips while you are taking care of business. Number one is, are you going to have your puppy sit her down? For me, it depends on what the floor looks like. Sometimes the floor is really gross. Sometimes my puppy wants to stick his head under the partition and scare the people in the stall next door. So I try not to let that happen. So sometimes I have my puppy stand. What I'm going to have the ladies do when they stand up is to pretend to adjust their clothing as what needs to happen. And what would you do with the leash when that happens? So you're going to stand up. Are you going to loop it over your arm? You are in an enclosed space, but I again would not want to drop it on the floor. Good job, ladies. And now they're going to exit. And again, the doors in the handicap stalls, they open out, but not in the regular stalls, they open in. So like if you've got a puppy vest on, is the vest going to get caught on anything? All of the above things. There we go. Good job, Beverly. And sometimes I actually send the dog out ahead of me. So let's go back in and do that particular exercise. So let's go in and this time have your puppy go out ahead of you. So a couple of things that you might want to do if your puppy goes out ahead of you. You might want to use name recognition when they get outside the door so they don't go over and greet the other restroom users. Or you could use a fist target. So you see how Dreamer turns and faces Maria, and then she can go ahead and have control of him while she goes over and washes her hands. So this way, Beverly's going to come out first because Larkin might not be brave enough to go out on her own. So let's do, before we go to the luggage, let's pretend that you need to wash your hands. So where are you going to position your puppy? This is a recommendation from our training teams that your puppy goes underneath the sink or the washing area. And since we don't have that, we're having the puppies just stand or sit in front of us while we take care of the business of washing our hands. Again, another thing of what are you going to do with your leash? So this is where you want to have been practicing some of your stationary duration behaviors. And then the last thing is when you're going to dry your hands, has your puppy ever heard one of those hand dryers in a public restroom? Because sometimes those are very loud and they can be scary. So you're going to go ahead and dry your hands, ladies. I really like the newer setups where they've got the soap, the water, and the dryer all in the sink there. That works out really well. Okay. And now just to make things even a little more interesting, you're in an airport and now you have your carry-on luggage to manage as well as your puppy. So same thing, you're going to have a game plan as to when you enter the restroom area, because now you've got another item to stash. So Maria's choosing to put the luggage in first, which is often what I do. Good job. So Maria's all set there. I like that Beverly did a switch there. And now her puppy is settled. And really what you're going to look at in this situation is there's usually room on one side for the luggage because you've got your toilet paper dispenser that takes up space. So usually I put my dog on the opposite side of that. My last puppy, Novak, and I did a lot of air travel. We did 13 different flights. So I had a lot of experience with this. You also don't want to have a lot of loose stuff when you go in here. I did have funny story. It was true, not with Novak, but I was flying with a dog and had a really flimsy boarding pass and an automatic flush toilet. And that boarding pass, when I stood up and the toilet flushed, went floating through the air and right down the toilet. Luckily, at the counter, they thought that was the funniest thing ever, and they were happy to replace that for me. But just things that can happen. Okay, we're going to get back up and go ahead and exit. And, just things to think about. How busy is it? How social is your puppy? So I like how these raisers are putting their luggage out first, because your luggage could block your puppy from another person. I've never had people in the public restroom like try to pet my puppy, but you just never know. And the other thing you want to, of course, accustom your puppy to if you're going to do any kind of travel with luggage is that rolling piece of luggage as you walk along. Great job, ladies. Any tips that you have? I think Beverly, you had one for me yesterday with the handicap stall.
Yes, in the handicap stall, sometimes what I'll do is I have a leash that has a clip on both ends. And so I just take and loop it around there.
There's a rail. Yeah, there's usually a rail.
So
that's a good point. Maria, you have anything for us? No.
No, the only time Dreamer and I have used public restroom was when he was like 8 weeks old, and it was much easier.
Yeah, it is much easier when they're portable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
so maybe that would be my tip. Do it while they're young.
There you go. Great. Thank you, ladies. You were awesome. Really appreciate you being willing to demonstrate in front of everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
And Deb, we have a quick question from Amy from Polk County. Can we secure the leash to the hook on the stall door?
Well, that depends on where the hook is. Because I've been in a fair number of public restrooms where the hook is broken. It might be up high, so it might depend on I'm not saying that you can't, but I would prefer, like Beverly said, there's a rail that it be attached to a solid wall versus something that opens. Some of those public restroom doors don't latch very well. So you don't want to risk your puppy like going to sniff something on the floor. That hook is up high and it pulls the door open into them and scares them. So I think those are all things you have to think about. So I'm going to say it's not a no, but I think you need to be careful when you're securing.
It's our favorite answer. It depends.
Well, that is the way of the life of a puppy raiser. It kind of depends.
It does indeed. Okay, thank you. Love the tips.
Thanks.
And next, Carrie and Hallie have a cube proofing game demonstration. Is this interactive? Oh, you're muted.
You can participate with your dog, but we also have, I have some puppy raisers that are going to help demonstrate. So I have them pinned and they can take their video off whenever they're ready. I'm going to read the instructions first. So this is Puppy Poker, and we did a demo of this at our last in-person conference. And it's a really fun way to generalize skills by asking for different cues in a variety of ways with different distractions. So you're going to need your puppy, and you will actually be getting the puppy poker cards sent to you. There will be, you can print these cards out. There's a stack of trainee cards and a stack of puppy raiser cards. And after you print them out and cut them up, you will draw one from each pile. You'll draw from the trainee card, and then you'll draw from the stack of puppy raiser cards. So I am going to have, I'm going to pretend like I am pulling the cards for Hallie, and I believe she's working with Bentley. And we will be pulling the cards. So I just wanted to give a quick demo on this because this is like one of the games that you can practice with your puppy when they are in heat or they're recovering from their spay or neuter, or you have a rainy day or some terrible weather or it's really hot. This is also really great to carry around with you. I keep my puppy poker cards when I haven't passed them off to someone else with my puppy raising supplies or in my treat pouch. I keep them on a little ring. I printed and laminated them and then keep them on a ring so I can kind of pull through them. So the first thing that I am going to ask is
Hallie, hold on a second.
Yes.
You have to spotlight them, not pin them. They're not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
You may need to be a co-host in order to do that. So let me just make you a co-host really quick. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Let me find them again. All right. There we go. Okay, so Hallie and Bentley are in the spotlight now. And the first thing I'm going to ask is, Hallie, you are going to close your eyes. We know we can't see it, but we're going to trust that you do it. So you're going to close your eyes and you're going to ask with the verbal cue for Bentley to stand. Very good. And then you can go ahead and mark and reward him when he does what's needed. So, and then the next cue we're going to do is you will ask Bentley with your hands gently clapping, you will ask him for a down. He's like, this applause is for me. Very good. So Bentley's probably pretty excited because I know y'all have been hanging out all day watching, and he actually isn't a puppy that you're raising, just one in your group. So let's go ahead and have Bentley move into a heel. So you will actually have your head looking up and kind of looking at the ceiling and say the word heel. So this is a really important, and you can go ahead and ask him again or give him more of a prompt with the collar cue. There we go. So these are all important different positions for our puppies to practice, because if we're working with someone that's visually impaired or we're working with someone with physical limitations, they might not be in the same positions that we always are. Our dogs pay attention a lot to the context of the situation, the antecedents. And so practicing and generalizing these things is a really great way to do this. So next, I'm going to ask you to put Bentley in a down stay. And you are going to take 2 steps away from him, whatever direction you want to be successful, while talking. So you're just going to kind of talk to him and just talk in general, make sure that he can maintain that position. You're making it fancy, adding some leash movement, and then you can go back and mark and feed. Good. And then we're going to go ahead and do a switch. And with that, because we're not in front of a door, that'll change the antecedents for you. So you'll ask for that switch, and then you will move him back into heel after you say 3 different words. So you'll move him to switch, and then you'll say 3 random words and then the word heel. Very good. All right, and let's go ahead and move him into the down position. Very good. And then you're going to count to 10 out loud while clapping again. So you'll just be clapping and counting, and then you'll ask for a sit position. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. Aaron says, to clarify for everyone else, when you play puppy poker, your eyes will not be closed the whole time. That was just the prompt for the first cue. Yes, your eyes could be open. That was the card that I drew first for her. All right. So let's go ahead and do one more so Bentley can show off his skills. And let's go ahead and have you turn away from him. So you will turn a little bit away, and then you'll ask for that down position. Very good. All right. Awesome. So you will be getting the puppy poker cards after the conference has ended. And again, this is great for our girls that are going through their heat cycle. You can practice this at home. You can bring this to class or practice with other puppy raisers. I really love practicing this for, like sometimes we get into the same loop of behaviors and training and, skills and everything. So getting these cards will really prompt us to do some different skills and practice some different stuff during our training exercises.
Awesome. Thank you. We don't have any questions. So.
Perfect.
All right. Very good. Well, I'm really excited for our next presentation. We have Carissa Keller and her team from Online University. I think Gwen Wells is here and Michelle is here. We have been working together collaboratively to create an online class, a course, if you will, that is all about puppy raising. So for those of you who missed the old comprehensive manual, take heart. It is being rebirthed in online form. And we have a little sneak peek for you guys today, this afternoon. Gwen, I'm not sure who's leading from you. If it's going to be Carissa or
Carissa will lead it.
Okay, Carissa.
We'll jump in.
All right. I'm going to turn the microphone over to you.
Hi. Let me go ahead and share my screen so you guys can all see it. Okay, so does everybody see my screen?
I am not seeing your screen.
Okay, let me see. Oh, there.
Oh, wait, there it comes. There it is.
Click the final button. It just took it a second. So as Leslie mentioned, so my team has been working on the puppy raising basic online training for this actually almost this entire year. So we're super excited because we're so close to launching. And we want to give you just a little bit of a sneak peek into what they have been working on. So I've got Gwen here with me today and Michelle. So we're all going to be speaking to what we will be launching at the end of this year. So the first part is just the agenda. So we're going to go over the introduction of it, kind of what the whole course is going to look like. I'm going to show you the learning management system, and then we're also going to go into the different sections of the course so you can see what units are covered and kind of the content, have a basic understanding of the content covered, and go over the video resources section, and then have time for questions at the end. So if you have any questions, and you put them in the chat box. If I don't get to them while we're presenting, then I'll get to them at the end. So first things first, Brightspace. So Brightspace is actually our learning management system. So that is where we're going to be hosting the online training. Brightspace is actually a really unique LMS, and that's the abbreviation for learning management system, because it can work on any browser. So we don't have to have any specific browser for any of our puppy raisers. We don't have to tell them, well, you have to use Safari or you have to use Chrome. It can work on anyone. It can work on Mac or Android devices, because there's actually an app that they can download if they want to be able to do it from their phone. So they can run it via the internet on their phone, or they can run it through the Brightspace Pulse app. They can also run it from a computer, tablet, whatever. It's accessible via any of those devices. It's also got a lot of features for accessibility. So if we have anybody who is visually impaired, it does work with things like screen readers. It also works with content readers if we had anybody who was in that level of accessibility needs. In terms of what the LMS actually looks like, I'm going to show you, give you a little sneak peek of the course. Drag it over here. So we've actually got a built-in online instructor who's going to be in the course, and they're there just to facilitate if there's any issues with the technology components of it. If they have any trouble navigating the content, we have Sarah there to be able to assist. So she's actually embedded into the course, so she can respond to anybody who's in it. And so we've got a couple different views of this I'm going to show you. The first one is actually, this is the course home. So this is how this would look as soon as our puppy raisers get into the course. So they'll see the welcome, and then they'll see all the different units. Any of the units can be accessed, so they don't have to go in a specific order. If they want to access unit 3, they can access unit 3 because maybe they're, they've already prepared for the puppy and now they're on their first days home. Or if they want to do something like, navigate to puppy health, they can. We've also got something really cool in here to where they can navigate via two different methods. The content method, which will say, okay, this is where you left off. Would you like to jump back into that specific area of the course? Or they can navigate however they would like. There is, in every one of our courses that we do build things like basic navigation to help them understand how to navigate the course. We also have a Brightspace help page where we've got videos to help them if they run into any issues, but they can also always reach out to Sarah. And then we also have a course index that will give them an index of the content. So if there's anything specific they want to get to, they can also get to it this way as well. So they don't have to go through the entire unit if they don't need to. They can click on that specific unit. And so that is just a general overview of it, of what the course is going to look like. We have some really cute things in there, and we have some videos that we've been working on. So we're taking a collaboration of different videos to put in there as well. But I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Gwen and Michelle to speak to their units. So we've got the journey begins, preparing for puppy, first days home, puppy health and grooming, skills and cues, house behaviors, confident in the world, and what happens after goodbye. So we're going to go over those. Oh, Michelle, are you muted?
No, preparing for puppy is Gwen's unit.
Oh, Gwen too, sorry. Oh, Gwen, you're muted.
Did you want to talk about the welcome or your first
Yeah, do you
first
have a
one?
slide for that?
No, I don't have a slide for the
Oh,
welcome.
okay. I was a little confused.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first unit is The Journey Begins, and that is an introduction to Dogs Inc. It talks about the mission, vision, and values. It also talks about some of our departments like Puppy Academy and medical services. And it also talks about the role of the puppy raiser as well as the role of puppy raising services. And then Gwen's going to talk about preparing for puppy.
Yeah, the preparing for puppy is a fun unit. It kind of gets you set up for before the puppy comes home, introducing you to ways that you can puppy proof your house and outside. Some of the things to know about puppy safety. So, where like dog parks or exercise and play, what's appropriate toys, and then the supplies that you'll get and other supplies that you might be able to get on your own, and then how to create a home veterinary kit.
The First Days Home talks about navigating those first days home, including the first ride home, first time in your house, the first night. It also talks about introducing the puppy to pets and to people in your home, as well as introducing the crate, housebreaking, and name recognition.
Puppy health and grooming will introduce you to the veterinarian process, getting a vet if you're local or if you're not local, kind of the process if when the dog gets or the puppy gets the vaccinations, and then also related to general health such as the ears, the eyes, the nails, all those type of things in regards to grooming, and then some kind of general common ailments that you might encounter and what are some troubleshooting or when should you call us or go to emergency, and then emergency care as well. So pretty much all the health and grooming elements related to the puppy.
The next unit, Skills and Cues, talks about all those important skills and cues to use with the puppy, including an introduction to positive reinforcement, skills that will be learned during puppy kindergarten, such as things like paw pad, impulse control, and it also talks about evaluations to expect.
House behaviors helps you learn about crate behaviors, relaxation behaviors, door behaviors, and general house behaviors that we want to build with the puppy so that it is ready to come in for training, and also just has those behaviors that we want in a puppy as well.
Confident in the World discusses puppy appropriate experiences such as socialization, puppy club outings, the puppy vest, navigating public access, also things like puppy camp and puppy sitting, the different types of walks, automobiles, navigating stairs and elevators, and it also talks about body language, such as emotional states and handling stress.
And then the last unit is what happens after goodbye. So once we bring the puppy into the info training, the puppy raisers say goodbye to their dear little puppy, and it's very hard. But there's so many wonderful things that you as a raiser have for you to evaluate, or you get information about your puppy, and that how you know what's happening with the puppy, and things that they'll get in touch with you, such as like Puppy Raiser Day, or if you have raiser reunions, it talks about the paths, the career paths the puppies can go on, and other avenues that the puppy may choose to do. And then other things that as a raiser that you could do as well. So you could pick up the new puppy, or you could help co-raise another puppy. So it just kind of tells you of how your role can then continue.
Okay, and then we've got video resources. So the goal of this was to create a course that was interactive for our puppy raisers, but also to kind of combine all of the resources you guys have, so that way there's kind of like a one-stop shop for resources. So we've got the course components, we've got resource manuals, but then we've also got video resources. So we have a whole repository of video resources that many of you have created. And so we have a video resource section, so that if there's anything that the raiser needs in terms of videos, they want to go to, like, how do I handle just barking? We have a video repository for that as well. And finally, questions. So we are going to open it up if you guys have any questions at all.
We do. We've got, they're typing them into the chat.
Oh,
So,
perfect.
First of all, this is actually a question for me, which is, will the online university be required for raisers or simply suggested? So it is not required. However, we will be having applicants be able to access the first couple of units before, as soon as they apply. So that will give them some information right up front, and then we will provide the enroll, and I'll let Carissa speak to how it's enrollment, because it's a little bit different from what you guys are thinking. You're talking about, oh, is this password protected? It's different. So I'll let her speak to that. But then later, when a puppy, we see an applicant has committed to the whole process and is having their home visit, at that point, then we would submit their name to Online University to be enrolled in the course. All current puppy raisers with this initial rollout and all current club leaders are going to be enrolled in the course, so that you have access to it. And once you have access to it, you always have access to it. So Carissa, can you talk to them a little bit about how do you get access to this?
So the way it's going to happen is you, the puppy raisers and the club leaders, as we do the initial rollout, we're actually going to do it in a kind of a phased approach. You're going to get an email with your username, password, and you're also going to have the link to Brightspace and some resources to help you get started, just so you know, how do I log in and how do I navigate to my first course. So that's going to be sent to you via the preferred method of communication, which is email. You can, as you're setting up your account, there's different things you can do with adjusting your account and things like that. But you will get those via email. And any new raisers, we're going to actually enroll them kind of as a group, so that way we've got maybe every, I think we had said like every other week, we're going through and we're creating enrollments for those. So they're going to get communication the same way. It's going to be a communication via email with their username, password, link, all the information that they need to access the course. And then once they get started, we've got navigation videos and things like that in there to help them.
And Maria's asking about, is there content that isn't on the site now, or is the Puppy Raiser resources moving here? Yes, Maria, ideally, as we get the course completed, it will take the place of the Raiser resources in a certain respect. However, yes, there will be content in this course that is not currently online, because we've not been updating that old manual. So this will have all of the latest information. I mentioned it will have the discovery zone in it. It has the exploratory stroll in it. So there is information there, and it's a living course. So whenever there are changes, those can be updated.
Yep, that's accurate.
Okay. And can puppy sitters get access? We'll have to talk eventually. Yes, I do think that will be a possibility. We're just prioritizing our raisers, our club leaders, our raisers, and our applicants currently. So yes, it sounds wonderful. It is wonderful. These ladies have done an incredible job. I'm so excited for you guys. And our targeted rollout date is December 15th. That will go, Carissa mentioned, it'll be in a phased approach. And for any of you club leaders who are on today, you get the preview that it will be to you guys first.
Yes, so stay tuned for an email from us, and it will come from us, so that we don't have the system generate the email, because sometimes that goes to spam. So it'll come directly from the virtual learning department.
Ruth says, how will we know if we were inadvertently omitted from sign up? If you're a current puppy raiser with a puppy, you will not be omitted. But if all your friends are talking about access and you don't have it, contact us. We'll make sure that because sometimes those things go to spam, right?
Right.
And you don't think to look in your spam. So yeah, just
and it'll take us a couple weeks, because the launch is it kind of rolls out in batches. And that's just so we have the bandwidth to help if there's any questions, or if there's any technical issues that you run into, if you're like, how do I download the app? That we have the bandwidth to be able to assist with that. So it'll be kind of like a group launch where we do one phase, then another one, and it'll continue through January. Any other questions?
Oh, one new question. Oh, who is the contact for this?
It'll be me. It'll be carissa.keller@dogsinc.org.
Okay. All right. Well, I cannot wait for the rollout. So we're so excited. Thank you, ladies, for coming on your Saturday and giving us a little bit of a preview.
You're so welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. I know Jen Johnson is on because I admitted her earlier. So you heard a little bit earlier about our Skilled Companion program as a career option for our puppies in training. We also heard about public service. So now we're going to close out our afternoon with the two working careers for our dogs. And first is the guide program. So we have Jen Johnson, who is our director of guide dog training, and she is going to talk about a day in the life of a guide dog in training. So Jen, I know you must be here somewhere. Here she is.
Hello.
I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. I think Emily was supposed to go before me, so I don't want to step on her toes, but I'm happy to jump in.
I'm fine either order that we go.
I am so sorry. I totally looked and saw the wrong thing. So Emily will go first. Emily Dombrowski, our director of service dog training. Thank you for correcting me, ladies.
No worries.
Not a problem. I'm sure the presentations will end up being very complimentary and play off of each other anyhow, as we are talking about what happens after a dog arrives on the Dogs Inc. campus and is considered an in-for-training dog. So hello, everybody. For anybody that I don't know who's on this call, as Leslie said, my name is Emily Dombrowski. I am the director of our service dog program at Dogs Inc. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen. And if I could get a little bit of affirmation that we can in fact see said screen, that would be wonderful. Everybody can see a presentation. Okay, fantastic. And then I'm going to go ahead and minimize this.
Wonderful. So, the topic of the 15 minutes that we are going to spend together is a day in the life of service dog program. So, as I already led into just a little bit, we were tasked with giving an overview of what happens if you learn that the puppy you're raising is within the service dog program at our school, at our organization. So, currently, present day, the service dog team is responsible for training and placing dogs in two different types of working roles. So the service dog team refers to all of the dogs that are being placed as public access service dogs or assistance dogs with veterans. We'll go through some of the skills and tasks that these dogs learn in just a little bit, but those are the dogs that have public access rights, that are accompanying their person out and about in their public life, and they learn to perform tasks that mitigate a disability. So in many cases, that disability, because we're dealing with a veteran population, is focused on tasks that are going to mitigate post-traumatic stress, depending on that individual's journey and where they're at in their reintegration into civilian life. We also do facility therapy dogs. Like that name implies, a therapy dog is a dog who has a job where they're visiting large-scale facilities and bringing comfort and support to people and a wider perspective than a service dog who's matched with one specific person. So you can see up here on the screen, we have a general overview of what the training curriculum might look like for a dog in service dog program. We're very excited that within the last several years, a big change has been that we are alternating, and every so often a freshman orientation that arrives on the Dogs Inc. campus comes straight to the service dog program as their team of instructors that are laying the foundations of their training, or I should say they're building on the foundations of their training that these dogs have acquired in their puppy raising homes. And that dog might stay with us in service dog program all the way from freshman to what we would call a senior ready for placement. That average is about 4 months, but as I heard mentioned earlier when I tuned in, we say it depends, right? Because it always does depend on that individual dog. But then we also work with a number of dogs who may have started in guide dog program, for whatever reason, are showing a desire to work in service dog world. That might be they're offering a lot of eye contact with their person. It might be something like a mild body sensitivity, especially with a guide dog harness handle. The neat thing is we can work back and forth collaboratively, as you all know, to really find the career that's best for that dog. The things that they're doing during those average 4 months time with the program, that includes when they first arrive and they have a very busy schedule of initial behavior assessments, participating in our canine fitness program, kennel acclimation, and then they're progressing into training right from there. We have different checkpoints or what we call assessments along the way, as well as something called a public access test, which is really just showing that these dogs are ready to go to work safely as a working team in public. As far as what dogs need to learn and what we're focusing on in our day-to-day work that we're doing with the dogs in the program, you can see it's divided into these 3 different categories, and they're each just as important, if not equally important as each other. So we're training specific skills and tasks that will assist, hopefully, that dogs graduate in day-to-day life. Again, we'll get to some examples of those skills very shortly. Another big bucket or a big category that we're working on with these dogs, and also working to identify the dogs that this is their temperament, is desirable behavior and emotional state in a wide variety of public settings. That's going to come from the different exposures we do. So that leads right into C, which is working through an exposure checklist. So that is going to be all of the different locations that we visit on a regular basis throughout that training program. We have a beautiful campus, as most of you are aware. If you've had the opportunity to visit, we have a lot of wonderful areas that dogs can train on that campus, but we also make a regular habit of taking them out and about in public, very similar to what you do when you're doing routes with puppies that you have in training. I have dogs here. I don't know if everybody heard that barking. There's always a delivery right in the middle of a presentation, right? All right, so it looks like we're calming down over there off to the side. Brings me to this slide, which is a dog's daily schedule. So hopefully, looking at this daily schedule, it kind of reaffirms that some of the things that your dogs are doing once they arrive on campus probably mirror a lot of what you do in day-to-day life while you're raising that puppy. It's a different environment, it's a different group of people, but we're structuring that day so that not only are their basic needs being met, they're getting ample time to be a dog and receive exercise and enrichment. And then there's structured training that's happening in small doses throughout that day to make sure we're accomplishing the goals of training that we have set forth. So you can see, wake up, get breakfast nice and early, start that day early. Lots of opportunities to go out and run and play in the yard. We typically take our dogs, especially if we're going to be going on an outing where they're loading up into the training van. We'll typically do a short exercise walk with instructors before then loading up for the training venue. And we'll get to a slide in a moment that talks about what some of those different training venues might look like. And then, it's one bullet point here on the screen, but it's much more complicated than that, and that's train. We spend time training different behaviors, public access behaviors, as well as the specific skills that individual dog is working on. Once we're back on campus, it's lunchtime for humans. That's usually when dogs will go back and have a well-deserved nap in their kennels, followed by, we often have volunteers and/or instructors providing enrichment sessions in the afternoon. An instructor might pull a dog out in the afternoon after a route out on the town to work on a more specific skill in a quiet, more controlled environment. We have an awesome veterinary staff. Our medical team does what we call medical incident report rounds in the afternoon, which just means they're moving building to building where dogs are living to make sure that we're on top if a dog received a scrape or anything minor or major that needs to be looked at from a medical perspective. They're Labradors, they're Labrador mixes, so you can't let them, or they will not let you forget when it's dinner time. And then we have a wonderful canine care staff that makes sure they're getting final busy runs and a little bit of exercise and playtime in the yard before they go to sleep, and then do it all over again the next day. I have some videos. So this is a nice video example. If you haven't been to our campus, this is one of the buildings. This is the Canine Assessment Center, which is currently the home to the dogs that are in the service dog program. You can see these dogs are working on calm behavior in their kennels. They've had a good day of training and exercise. They're working on their place behavior where they're on that nice elevated bed, and we're just winding down for the day. So really happy group of dogs. You can see that they have learned that this is a pretty okay place to be. All right, and then playtime. I think everybody on this call knows how much fun it is when a large group of dogs play together. It can get a little rowdy at times. They don't have opposable thumbs like you or I. They use their teeth to play, but we have access to a lot of play yards, is what we call them, where the dogs can really just be a dog, interact with one another in a natural way. Then we also, we're always balancing this activity and training with, okay, now it's downtime, it's time to relax. That's a big part sometimes of being a service dog, if you think about it. If a service dog does some active tasking or work for the person that they're with, but then they're going to a meeting or they're going to settle in an office setting while that person is doing their day job. We really work hard on the dogs knowing the difference between when it's time to work and now it's time to rest and relax. And we have a lot of ways of making sure they're comfortable in those situations, so that just really becomes second nature and makes for a really stellar working dog down the line. As far as our weekly schedule goes, again, I would like to say that it depends, because it does. There's always new things going on around campus, especially when we're approaching a time that we're doing some home placements, facility placements, and/or having a class coming in. But on your average Monday through Friday within service dog program, we tend to have 2 days that we stay on campus for training. So those are Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those allow us, especially when we have dogs that are at various stages of the program, it really allows the instructors on the team to zero in and focus on skill building. Just as if, you know, the analogy goes, you wouldn't want to learn how to do calculus in the middle of Times Square. It can also be a challenge to teach a brand new concept or skill to a dog in a busy public location. So having that balance of on-campus time to really instill new skills that we are then going to practice off campus during outings on Monday, Wednesday, Friday really sets these dogs up for success. You can see on there a few of the other built-in kind of standard issue things that are on our weekly schedule, including Toes Tuesday, which is a fun way of saying that's when the dogs have their nails trimmed, body handling practice, ears cleaned, teeth brushed, you name it. That's kind of the maintenance day, in addition to the other training that they are participating in. It's a long list. And this is not even all of them. Some of these are going to overlap with some of the areas that Jen Johnson's guide dog training teams train at as well. But we really make use of the entire Tampa Bay area around us. We're fortunate that the organization has a very positive reputation within the community. We have a lot of businesses that when we show up to train dogs, they say, oh, I wish you would come more often because they brighten everybody's day. But you can look at that list and just see the wide variety of exposures. It's not a checklist where a dog has to be at every one of these locations before graduating, but the idea is variety and generalization, being able to perform their skills as a service dog and maintain that desirable behavior in a lot of different locations. Now I have some videos. I'm going to click through these so we can watch. These are meant to be, since we're virtual and not in person, an opportunity to see some of our current or recent program dogs working through some skills in real time. So this is a beautiful kitchen, but this is actually a kitchen for sale at Lowe's. This is one of our dogs in training named Marcel, and he is practicing food refusal. So our trainers become very creative in how do we use public environments to set up practical real life opportunities and skills. So you can see some excellent impulse control there. He, of course, is rewarded heavily for his efforts, but a great opportunity to practice a skill that he may do really well in the home or in other places in a real life setting. This is an on-campus day. Again, impulse control is often the name of the game. That is not a real alligator. It's a plush stuffed animal, but dogs working on choosing their handlers and ignoring distractions around them is a huge part of what we do. It makes for a dog who's very confident working in public settings. Little bit more impulse control work here. You never know what you're going to find at stores. We did purchase that little guy as a training distraction, but we've got a group of dogs here working on a downstay behavior. This is a fun video. Again, they're all short because it's a short presentation, but this is a dog named Lois, who's a working service dog now, working on taking the cue of seeing those chickens and roosters at Ybor City in Tampa as a cue to ignore the chickens and roosters and to check in with her instructor. Really valuable skill for a service dog to have, and something that I know we're working on all of the time because it means someone can be really confident taking their dog to a variety of locations. Same thing. This is an airplane. This is at Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg. It's loud. And this is a location that we sometimes will bring our dogs to. The staff there is fantastic about letting us actually come out onto the tarmac like so. The dog pictured here is actually a dog who this was a really appropriate training route for, a really good exposure because she ended up working as a facility therapy dog in Alaska at an Air Force base of all places. So that's little Miss Ebony. Moving right along here, we've got our instructors working now on some service dog specific skills, not just impulse control. These dogs are working on a solid stand stay behavior. And again, short video, but gives you an idea of those dogs learning to keep those feet planted and maintain focus on the person working with them. That ends up becoming a really valuable space creation behavior for some of our veteran service dog graduates. Hug behavior, I believe, is what this video is going to show. Yes. So a nice deep pressure therapy behavior. We're working a lot on the dogs not only getting into various positions across a person's body when cued to do so, but also staying there for longer periods of time. That deep pressure can be an interruption to anxiety. It can be a cued behavior somebody asks for when they need a moment to connect with their service dog. That's Quentin, who is also a working facility dog. Good, Blair. Here we have a light behavior. Yay, that was a nice one. And in that case, this dog is working in one of our student rooms to generalize that dark space, a behavior that she's learned before, but doing it in darker quarters. We introduce to all sorts of mobility equipment. We never know what clients we are going to be, well, we do. We actually know a lot about them before they come in, but we would like to generalize our dogs to being able to work with different mobility devices, from wheelchairs to motorized scooters. Retrievals are fun. This is actually left over from one of our Pup Pal shoots, adorable foam prop there, but it's a good way for us to work with our service dogs in training to generalize behaviors. Not only do we want them to retrieve, but we want them to be able to problem solve different sizes, shapes, textures. So you take a group of service dog instructors into a store, and before you know it, their cart is filled with items that dogs could potentially learn to retrieve. The sky really is the limit. We've got another mobility assistance task here, a pull behavior. So building upon that, grabbing something and bringing it to handler can turn into other mobility tasks, such as pulling and opening a drawer. We've got a leash retrieval there as well. And another mobility assistance task that service dogs will often learn, again, depending on the person we have in mind for that dog, is a brace behavior. So in this case, Quentin again is showing that nice solid stand stay. You can tell he understands. He's clear on what we're asking him to do with that nice wagging tail and check in with the person, but he's keeping those feet still to provide a bit of support for a person who either needs a moment of balance, is unsteady on their feet, or just needs that little added boost to get up out of a seated position, depending on their individual mobility needs. This is a fun one. An airplane. Earlier, I heard Deb talking about the many flights that she had her most recent dog in training, Novak, on. It's serving him well because Novak's a working service dog. But when the opportunity arises, which it often does because we do follow up and serve our graduates all across the United States, more times than not, we will send a dog in training with our alumni instructors or whoever is traveling to give them that valuable exposure as well. These dogs are amazing. I continue to be amazed at how comfortable they are in an airplane when I am just not. And last but not least, this is a healthcare setting. So again, this is a VA. This is the James Haley VA in Tampa, which some of you on this call are probably familiar with. But we, again, just continue the work that puppy raisers have already started by exposing the dogs to just a wide variety of situations where they can continue to learn and practice skills that are eventually going to mitigate a disability, ideally when they're paired with their forever person. The shared goal at the end, as just a general wrap up before I pass it to Jen, is the end result. So 2 of the dogs that were in the training videos that you watched that went through that whole daily, weekly schedule for a period of months after coming back to our campus, they go on ideally to be working service dogs, facility therapy dogs, service dogs that really make a marked impact on individuals' lives. And that is why we all do what we do. And that's why we're here on a screen talking together on a Saturday, is because of that shared mission of wanting to place exceptional dogs with the people that benefit from them. So there you have it. This is Lois and Blair with their graduates. And I see the chat has a few questions, so hopefully we can get through a few of those and then I can toss it over to Jen.
Well, so far the questions were about where do you get that raised bed? And so,
That's a good one.
Raisers have jumped in and said, here's where I go. Here's a link where I go.
Excellent. Are we talking about the raised bed in the crates?
No, in the kennels, those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have them. You saw it in the kennels and you also saw it in the crates in that brief video. The brand is Kuranda, which I'm sure is in the chat already.
It is.
What I am very excited about is we recently purchased a large amount of those for crates. The thick or the really long ones with the long legs, our crates are beds for the kennels. And then we also have ones that are for crates specifically that have shorter legs. So very durable, can attest they hold up to a lot of dog use in both the kennel as well as the crate.
Awesome. We actually do have a question for you. One of the statements that the person asking the question has heard a few times over the years is that we have never lost a veteran we've placed a service dog with to suicide. Is that statistic still accurate?
It's a very sensitive question. I would say that our dogs have had a marked improvement on individuals' lives in the field. We stay in contact with our graduates for their entire life. PTSD is not something that there's a magic button for, that having a dog immediately cures and alleviates all symptoms of PTSD. It's one modality in the treatment of that condition. And so we have had instances where we've had a graduate whose family no longer has them with us. But what I'm really proud of is that our team goes above and beyond to provide support in every instance along the way to make sure that the dog that we've placed has a soft place to land within a family they know that loves them. It's a very rare circumstance, but when we're talking about the success of our program, the narrative that I would prefer, as opposed to championing that we've never lost an individual to suicide, it's that we know we have a marked impact on individuals' lives that makes their lives immeasurably better because of the presence of these dogs.
Well said, Emily. Are service dogs matched before they finish training?
90%. And what I mean by that is we have a lot of students that are coming into a class to receive a dog that maybe do have very similar needs in the lifestyle they're going to live, the tasks the dog needs to be trained to perform. So it's not uncommon to really have a pretty good idea on paper of exactly which dog's going to which person. And we've probably done some fine-tuned training towards that end, but we do keep our options open. And the first day that our service dog students arrive to our campus, we do a lot of hands-on work with demonstration dogs still in training. We've already met them in a home visit. We have a pretty good idea, but it's not unheard of for us to do a dog swap at the last moment. And it might be we've got X amount of dogs that are considered class ready. We really thought this dog would be the right match for this person, but after a day of work together with our demo dogs, we decide to make a switch. And sometimes you don't know till you know, and you can do all of that front loading ahead of time. And it's different when you're there in the room with the person meeting the dogs. So our goal at the end of the day is always that we're making the best match possible. And so we leave ourselves open to a little bit of flexibility when it comes to matches.
Good. On average, how long might a person stay on a waiting list after applying for a dog?
I have a number because we just shared this number, and it's an average of 10 months. So as with many other things we've talked about, it varies greatly on either end. And it can be the individual person's needs, if they have more specific needs in what they are looking for in a dog, or their availability does not allow them to come to class and they're waiting for a home placement, it varies. So some are waiting closer to a year or more, but 10 months with variation on either side is the latest stat, and that is for both our guide as well as our service dog program.
And Faye has a question, and I think I'm interpreting this correctly. She says, what about dogs that love to sniff the ground a lot? And so I think she's asking, would that be an undesirable trait for a service dog?
Yes and no. Dogs do sniff. They're dogs at the end of the day. And so we have a lot of strategies that we can use to really reinforce them when they're choosing to stay focused and engaged with the handler, and then give the dogs a cue or a lot of outlets when it's time to take a break and go busy and sniff and play and be a dog. Oftentimes, with a lot of reinforcement for what we want to see more of with the person that's working with them, we see those sniffing behaviors decrease. That's training, right? And that's why the training cycle varies if we're working through a really persistent, challenging distraction like that. But that, at the end of the day, if a dog is more interested in pursuing things with their nose than they are in engaging with their person, or perhaps, engaging in guide dog behaviors they're learning or service dog behaviors they're learning, that would be part of a conversation where, what career is this dog going to excel in? And we've had some super sniffers that are just amazing public service dogs that have gone on to that as their chosen career.
I think those are all the questions for you, Emily. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thanks, everybody.
And now it's time for Jen Johnson. Sorry, it's been a long day. We had Puppy Raiser Day earlier, and my day started very early today. So Jen is our Director of Guide Dog Training, and she's going to give you an idea of what their life is like.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here. It looks like we have about 100 participants on, which is just fantastic. I commend you for giving a part of your Saturday to talk dogs, but I could talk dogs every day, so I don't mind at all. I'm going to share my screen, and can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Wonderful. So for those of you that I have not met before, my name is Jennifer Johnson, the director of the Guide Dog program. I have been with Dogs Inc. since 2006. I started as a kennel worker, as a canine care technician, as they're called now. And in 2009, I became a certified guide dog mobility instructor. And then in 2021, I became the director of the program. So I am very pleased to have done my career here at Dogs Inc. Up on the screen right now is just going to be a couple pictures that show a little bit about what a day in the life of a guide dog looks like. So there's some playtime. There's the clicker, obviously, which they are introduced to. There are some skills right there where this guide dog is finding the counter. I think they're probably at Target. And then, of course, a picture of our dog in the training van that we use daily. And then some more pictures, some more playtime, some snuggle time as they settle with their trainer. And then, of course, at the very end, when they are finally matched with their person. So what does a guide dog do? It's easy to say guide dog, and then everybody thinks, well, they guide a person that is visually impaired or a person that is blind. But how do you put that into words? What does the dog do when you're walking down the sidewalk? So I highlighted a few of the things that they do. One, they signal changes in elevation, such as curbs at street crossings, stairs, and other trip hazards. So when there is a change in elevation, that could be a hazard for a handler, or they're locating it, the dog is to signal that to the handler. They locate objects to assist the handler with orientation in familiar and unfamiliar environments. Sometimes you may have heard us talk about landmarking or targeting. So that's what this refers to. And it's the find the cue. So find the stairs, find the elevator, find the door, those kind of things. And then obstacle avoidance through assistance navigating around stationary and moving obstacles or objects that pose potential hazards both indoors and outdoors, which is pretty much all encompassing the work that a dog does. So basically that means that the dog goes from point A to point B. If there is a hazard in the way, they either take the person around that hazard or they stop and allow the person to identify that hazard. Right here is our curriculum. So how do we teach all those things that the guide dog does? Well, here is our curriculum. This is based on 18 weeks from when the trainer starts working with them. So the dog arrives on campus right now about 2 weeks before the trainers start working with them. And during that time, they have a lot going on. They have their medical physicals, eye exams. If they're a breeder, they may have their cardiac exams, they have photos taken, they start with our canine fitness team, and lots of enrichment. And then when the trainers come on, they start working with them right away. And this 18-week curriculum is teaching all the fundamentals of the guide dog world. We have 6 assessments throughout the training. So if you're looking at this, it looks like a whole lot of gibberish, but the blue are the skills, the green are the assessments. So there's only 4 marked on here because one comes a little bit later. And then week 14, there's 2. So these 6 assessments show the skills that the guide dog is building on. So you can see how this chart goes, where the responsibility is just a few items in the beginning, and then they get assessed, and then there's more items, and then an assessment, more items, an assessment, and more. Keeps going on. And it keeps building on those early fundamentals and everything that you guys have taught the dogs. The phases of training, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are marked on the monthly training reports that you all get. So I'm going to go into detail more about these training phases. So when you get that monthly report and you see they're in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or phase 4, you have a little bit more of an idea of what the dog is learning, what they have learned, and what they're building on, where they're going in the community, and those kind of things. So the first assessment of the dog comes at week 3 of training with the trainers. This is an assessment that is cited. The handler is not under blindfold. The trainer is not under blindfold. And it is an intro to the harness, an intro to guiding tension, and also an intro to impulse control while they're carrying some guiding responsibility. So the guiding tension, if you heard me refer to that, that's when the harness is put on. Sometimes you may have heard us talk about pull. It's how hard the dog pulls, but really it's the feedback that the dog gives to the trainer through the harness. And that's how the dog communicates to the trainer, is through that harness. So the first thing that they're learning is how to put that harness on, and then how to pull and guide the trainer down a windy path. First cue that they're going to learn, the first new cue that they're going to learn is forward. And it's a simple word that just means walk in a straight line and with purpose. And with purpose, I mean that they're passing distractions. So if there's food on the ground or a scent distraction or a person or a dog, they continue to move with purpose past that distraction. And we teach those things by some of those pictures that you see on the screen right now. The bottom one is a target stick. And if you've ever been to the freshman orientation, then we do a demo with the target stick. It's a real-time demo with a dog that has never been introduced to the target stick, and we teach it right there on stage. So that's a pretty fun demonstration. And then the top picture with that yellow lab is a platform, which is just an extended version of your paw pad. It fits the entire dog on there. It's a tactile reference, so the dog stays in place while distractions are going by, food is dropped on the floor, that kind of thing. And also teaches them to stay straight in a nice guide dog position right next to us. The next phase, once the dog passes that first assessment, then they enter phase 1 of training. And this is where they start learning how to stop at those elevations that I talked about when I was describing what a dog does. And this video, this isn't exactly how we do it anymore, but it's a good demonstration of showing a dog walk down. The dog had first stopped at that elevation change and then steps down, crosses the driveway in a straight line, and then stops at the other side with the raised curb. And you're going to see that the dog stops, but the trainer keeps walking. And that's the idea. We want the dog at this point to have a very resolute stop. So there has been a lot of reinforcement given at these curbs and for stopping, so that if the handler keeps moving, the dog stays resolute stop and keeps the handler from tripping. Okay, the next phase, once we've gone past phase 1, we go into phase 2, and they have another blindfold evaluation at week 8. And this is for obstacles, so something that is completely blocking the path of travel. Passable clearances, so something that might be in their way, but both the dog and the trainer can fit past. Trip hazards, and also overhead hazards, so something that is over the dog's head, but still a danger to the trainer. And I'll show you the video first, and you can see the dog working around working forward. So the dog is working nicely with purpose along that grass line, stops at the hazard, The handler searches out, finds what it is. Another hazard here that the dog has to stop at, which is a curb. So they've already learned that in phase 1. Dog moves forward again and gets the trainer out of the street as soon as possible and stops again at yet another hazard, which is that up curb. Forward, the cue forward is given, and they continue on their straight line where they were going. Again, walking with lots of purpose. You can see the guiding tension. You can see the dog looking forward, not sniffing, not staring at the handler. She stops, or he stops, I believe this is Lance, stops a little bit short there, but you can see him check in with the handler. And he's super happy once he realizes what he does. And now they get to walk past it. Again, walking with purpose all the way to the curb, which again, he already learned that. This is a blended curb, one that doesn't have a change in elevation, but the dog is still required to stop at that. And he walked with purpose all the way to it, stops, checks in with the handler. Excellent job by this dog. Okay, so once we finish phase 2, then we go into phase 3, and this is the daily routine. It's very similar to what Emily described in her presentation. 5 a.m., the CCTs arrive on campus. It's wake up and the first relief for the dogs in the yard. 6:30 a.m., trainers arrive and they help with the feeding. By 6:45, they're done feeding and they start loading up into the training van. They depart campus at 7:30, usually at their training venue by 8 a.m., depending on where we're going and the traffic. And then the routes begin. So from 8 a.m. to 1:30, they have their training routes, whatever venue that they're at. Most of the venues are very similar to what Emily had in her presentation as well. Then at 1:30, they return to campus. 2 o'clock, they unload the vans, go into the kennel. 3:30 they feed, 4:30 they start their afternoon run, and then 7:30 it's lights out. And occasionally I take dogs home for some evaluations because my household has kids and small dogs and things like that. And I'll tell you, by 7:30 they are lights out. They want to go to bed. They know that. So how do we get to all these different venues? Well, this is our office, our training vans. And here are the training vans all lined up. This is first thing in the morning, so it's still dark out, and they all look great parked there. Here's the inside of the training van, which is loaded with dogs, all either sleeping or chewing on some bones or just hanging out. And our training vans fit about 15 dogs in them. So we can take 15 dogs out training. We might take an additional dog and have them sit in the front seat or the back seat with the trainer for just an experience with that too. And we have about 3 to 4 trainers per team that goes out training every day. This is a picture of the sign that we have on our training vans. We take our safety of our dogs very, very seriously. And so when you have that many dogs in a training van, we want to make sure that everybody gets back into the kennel when they should, and that the van is safe and empty before it's closed. So our protocol is that this orange sign that you see on the back of the training van, we have one on the back and one on the side door. And it says that van has been cleared of dogs. And then there's a spot for 2 people to initial. So before a training van's doors can be closed, 2 people have to check all the crates to make sure that they're empty. And then they have to initial and date this sign and stick it on both the rear and the side door of the training van. Phase 3 is all about generalizing. Emily started to talk about that too when she talked about all the different venues that our trainers go to. And so generalizing is taking all those skills that we've learned and out into the community. I think we all hear about the living room syndrome, right? Where you can teach a skill to a dog in the living room and you take them out to the front yard and they have never heard those words before. They act like it at least. So we teach all of the fundamental skills of guide dog training. So in those first stages, we teach them mostly on campus, but we live by repetition builds confidence and reinforcement drives behavior. So repeating these skills over and over on campus and then giving lots of reinforcement, that drives the behavior, and that allows us to then take it out into the into the community and generalize. So learning these skills in somewhat of a closed environment, it allows us to control the distractions, which allows for more repetition, and it allows for more reinforcement because the environment is set up for success. So here is a picture of a dog, a video of a dog working past a dog park. So there's lots of people in there, there's dogs in there. I'm sure there are lots of smells going on. And the dog is working with great guiding tension and walking with purpose. A little bit of a head turn towards the dog park, but what we're looking for is for the shoulders to not turn. So as long as the head stays forward and the shoulders don't turn, then that's what we want. We don't want the dog to completely ignore things. We want them to notice them and then make the choice to keep walking with purpose past them. Another part of phase 3 is traffic training. And this is where we introduce the dog to the behaviors expected when the team encounters has an unexpected encounter with a vehicle in close proximity, a moving vehicle that is close by. And the behavior expected is that they recognize that the vehicle is moving and then they stop the handler. And when you watch this video, you'll notice again that the dog checks in, you can see the dog look to the left as the vehicle starts coming towards them, and then they check in with the handler, and then they may check in with the vehicle again, and then they stop. And you can see the handler starts to walk a little bit past the dog. This is a training session, so this instructor is not blindfolded, so she's not walking, she's not putting a whole lot of pressure on it. This is just the beginning stages of teaching that resolute stop when they see the moving vehicle. So checking in right here, sees the vehicle. Oh, we should stop. And then you can see the handler, the trainer, she's moving her feet a little bit. She's shifting her weight just a little bit. And that's to indicate to the dog that, we're still moving, but you have to stay stopped. Then the last phase of training is we have to have some final blindfold evaluations. And these evaluations, there's 2 of them. There's one in an indoor venue and one in an outdoor venue. And they have all of the elements of the guide dog training that we have done so far. So the outdoor is done in a pretty urban environment, lots of traffic. There's walking without, so lots of street crossings, lots of curbs, lots of distractions, whatever happens to be out there that day. Obstacles that we have to walk around, problem solving that the dog has to demonstrate, and then just continually walking with purpose. So here's a little video, and I think there's sound on this because this is just to demonstrate. It's very, very short, but it's just to demonstrate the dog standing at a very busy intersection. This trainer is blindfolded, and just how nice and calm and still this dog is. Really nice there. And then our indoor portion, there's some elements like the elevator, the escalator, which you can see on the right, and the stairs. And the dog has to demonstrate all of that. Usually inside, there's a lot of people walking around, and maybe there's kids, so there's the obstacle avoidance there as well. And once they pass these final blindfold evaluations, then they are ready for a class match. So now this is about 14 weeks into training. And again, our training cycle is 18 weeks. So at 14 weeks, they're pretty much done and they've been evaluated. And now we know that they are ready for class. The last 4 weeks will be spent polishing and finishing the dog. So just cleaning up any behaviors that we need to, maybe taking them to some venues that aren't really traditional, like farms and the airport and things like that. And then they're ready for class at week 18. So this video is here. I just wanted to end with a couple of feel-good moments. And this is a very special day for a guide dog, and this is match day. So this video shows a match happening and how the dog is reacting. The cameraman is in there. The dog is delivered by a canine care technician. And this is the first time that this student is seeing their guide dog. Couple things to notice is this dog is super excited, but part of the beauty of a guide dog is how resilient they are. And he loves the one that he is with. And look at that beautiful close position right there. I love that. He's so excited, wondering a little bit about what's going on. Okay, who's that in the corner there? But no suspicion of that cameraman. I love it. And then we'll end with another very special day, and this is Puppy Raiser Day, a day that we celebrate in guide dog training class, the second week of class, where the puppy raiser, you guys get to come in and meet the person that your dog was matched with, and also have a little bit of time spent with your puppy. And now they're all a grown-up guide dog. They're doing guide dog skills. They have a person, and you can send them off into their wonderful career. That's all I have for everybody. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, we do have a question. How many trainers are currently working on the guide dog team?
Okay, so we have 3 teams right now, and each team has 4 trainers. So we've got 12 trainers there. And then, but we also have the canine development team, which is a newly developed team with Christy Bain, and then she's got 2 certified trainers on there as well. And then we have an additional 4 certified trainers that work as our alumni service representatives that work with our graduates.
So I'm not doing the
Oh
math.
gosh. Okay, so that's 12, 15, 19, I guess, 19 certified total, and then myself.
I was gonna say, and yourself. So
And myself.
20. Yeah. Okay. We have a thank you. Wonderful presentation. Does anyone else have any questions for Jennifer? Okay. I think not. It's been a long day.
I bet. And I hear Puppy Raiser Day went fabulous today. So
it was
thank
fabulous.
you all for your help there.
Yes. I will say it is by far Puppy Raising Services' favorite day.
Yes.
It really is wonderful. You get to see that whole full circle as a raiser of why you do the things that why you do this all the time. So thank you. Thank you to you and Emily very much for joining us here at the end of the day and spending part of your Saturday with us. And I just want to extend my thanks again to all of you who are attending and have stayed with us all day. Again, I said it at the beginning, I'm just in awe of how much you guys love the continuing learning and always soaking up information and gaining more skills and wanting to improve on what you do. So kudos to you. Thank you so much. I'm sure that Dana will have an exit survey to send out next week to you guys so that you can give us any feedback on the presentations today. And just remind you that in the spring, we will do an in-person conference. We don't have the date set for that yet. But as soon as we do, we'll get that save the date out to you. We like to offer both virtual and in person because we know that not everyone can travel to our campus. But if you can, it's a blast. You'll have a great time, learn a lot, and have fellowship with fellow raisers from all over the country. So thanks so much to everybody, and I will let you go. Don't forget to turn your clocks back. Hopefully your puppy is going to allow you to get that extra hour of sleep, but somehow they always seem to know when it's breakfast time. So enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, Wendy. I'll miss you guys too. Okay, I'm going to have to go now. But thanks again for all that you do. You are the heart, not just the foundation, but you're the heart and soul of Dogs Inc. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.